We on? Yeah, we're on. Okay, before we get into our formal activity here of executive session today, I've been requested by several folks on the committee here, and I absolutely concur. We'd like to stand and have a moment of silence for what's going on over in the Ukraine. It's very disappointing what's going on. I especially am really concerned because my grandchildren are living in Romania, right on the border. And they are very, very worried of what's going on in Europe today. So let's stand and have a moment of silence, please. And in memory of those that have already died. Thank you very much. Okay, the first bill on the docket today, to be exact, is HB 1533. This bill is relative to health education curriculum in schools, and I'd like to recognize Representative Lakis for a motion.
I'm sorry, give me the number again. I got this.
1533.
1533. I just want to put it in front of me. Okay, I move, could you turn it on? Yes, I move ITL.
Representative Ford, thank you very much. So we have a motion to ITL on HB 1533 made by Lakis and seconded by Ford. Representative Lakis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, we have another bill coming up that also has to do with, actually, potentially a couple bills that have to do with this section. And so what we thought we would do is put them together and basically ITL this one and put all the different bits together on the one that we have coming up.
Representative Ford? Okay. It's open to discussion right now. Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that sounds like a very good plan, and I think one of those bills might be House Bill 1263.
That is correct.
Specifically in the area of studies, and I think it would be great for the committee to work with the advocates on that language that moves that forward. So thanks. So we'll support.
There's a number of areas within health which we could improve that area of studies with, physical education as well, with exercise and nutrition, etc. So let's take a healthy look at that. Healthy look at that. Yeah, play on words. When we get to it, so we have a motion then on the table for ITL on 1533. It's not that we're against the bill at all. It's just that we have similar bills in the same area of statute, and we're going to move forward with one of them, 1263. I hope we move forward with 1263. Yes. Any further discussion? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. House Bill 1533, relative to health education curriculum in schools. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Yes. Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison? Yes. Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 18-1.
Is there a problem with consent anywhere? Thank you. So going on to the next bill, which is HB 1015, we could turn to that page, please. Relative to school district policies regarding objectionable material, I recognize Representative Moffett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask that we ITL this at this time.
Is there a second? Representative Sato recommends second on 1015. Representative Moffett, do you have?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Briefly, there's just pieces of the language here that just isn't ready to move forward.
Any further discussion from the second? Julius? Okay, from the committee, is there any further discussion on 1015? I'm trying to turn to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. This is my bill. I'm the prime sponsor, so I do not agree with the ITL motion. I had a amendment ready that I think addressed some concerns, including more definition as to activities which would not require activity notice, such as assemblies and guest lectures and so forth. I think that, in my view, this goes to putting parents in control of their children's education, which is a large issue around the country. I think that parents should have the right to both know what's going on in the classroom and to remove their children from areas or lessons that they do not believe comply with their family values. So I think it is needed legislation.
And I'd like to speak in regard to this bill. Yes, I agree that parents need to know what's going on in their classrooms, and I think there's processes in place where that opportunity is afforded. My primary reason for objecting to this bill is that the teachable moment is critical in the classroom. What's happening in Ukraine today, if we had to wait 2 weeks to discuss this, would be horrible to have to hold off. And you can have teachable moments when the instructor, as we had that wonderful teacher that was here that taught social studies, you don't have to be imparting your opinion. You can have shared inquiry where the opinion is bounced back and forth between the kids in the room. And I think that the end result is we have an open situation in our schools. But you look at so many issues that are going on right now. You can't wait for the teachable moment when 9/11 occurred. You've got to do it then. You can't wait for the teachable moment when I remember what happened at Kent State. You can't wait for the teachable moment when Martin Luther King was shot, and I can remember that. It's etched in my head and in my life. You can't wait for a teachable moment when the volcano where I was in Alaska went off on Mount Augustine the day of it, and kids wanted to talk about that area of education. You don't have 2 weeks. The law that we have right now is very specific in saying you have to have 2 weeks notice for issues such as sexual education. It was clearly stated. Now this is now changing it so that you need 2 weeks notice for just about everything you're doing in the classroom. Teachable moment for me when I was a principal and that kid was sent down the office for discipline, I didn't expel him. I took that moment as a teachable moment to try to steer a new path, and without throttling the child so that you're destroying all interest in school. Do the same thing with my 3-year-old child right now. There's a teachable moment one after another, and it comes every other minute. So that's what we have to do as teachers as well. And so there's where I am, and that's why I am going to vote in support of the motion. Thank you. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I would concur with your comments and also say this would play havoc with social studies education across the state. Thank you.
Further discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
This is House Bill 1015, relative to school district policies regarding objectionable material. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
No.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm? Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison? Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 18 to 1.
Is there any objection to consent?
No.
Thank you.
Is there a report?
Pardon me? See, that report would be made by Representative Moffett, you know, just for the whole committee. There's no minority report. Yeah, I don't believe you want to do that, do you? You wouldn't do that, it's on consent, not in consent, so. Good, we're good to go there. 1169, Representative Cordelli, do you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and that motion is ITL.
Is there a second on ITL on this? Representative Mullen makes the second. So we have a motion to ITL 1169 coming from Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Mullen. Representative Cordelli, do you care to speak to your motion?
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, I certainly agree with basically, I think, part of the intent of this bill in terms of allowing the public time to comment during board meetings. I think that is an issue. I think it's an issue that public comment often is held to the end of the meeting, so it's after issues that the public might want to comment on have already been addressed. But I think this bill takes it a step or two too far in terms of requiring references to statutes or rules when there is a question from the public. I think it goes too far generally and might be better addressed in other legislation.
Representative Mullen?
I agree with Representative Cordelli that there are sections of the bill that goes too far, and also that there's never a substitute for good communication.
Further discussion from members of the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, are you ready? Take your time.
Thank you.
Sometimes Representative Shaw would tell us to stop, and she would say, let me catch up, and so you have that.
Thank you. House Bill 1169, relative to public comment inquiry during school board meetings. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Sodi? I
Yes.
skipped around. Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Nelson? Yes. Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Waltz?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison? Yes. Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock? Yes. Representative Porter? Yes. Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So this motion carries 19 to 0.
Any objections to the consent calendar? Thank you. The upcoming, next bill is, do you have the amendment? Okay, so we're going to jump over 1137 as Representative Cordelli does have an amendment, and it's waiting for us upstairs, so he'll bring that down. And so we'll jump past that right now and go to HB 1295, requiring reports concerning school policies in classroom recordings and in classroom observers, and in classroom observers. Representative Moffett, do you have a motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move OTP.
Is there a second? Representative Lakis?
I second.
Thank you. Representative Moffett, would you like to speak to your motion, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. You'll recall, hopefully, when I introduced this bill, explained that it's a very, as I said, very short, very simple, and hopefully very sweet. There is no policy mandate. There's no spending requirement. And then it's modeled on what many of us think is a very successful gifted student bill, which we passed last year, which is now law. From the gifted bill, we're already hearing that all over the state, there are conversations and discussions about looking at how to better identify and serve gifted students. And that was the intent of that bill, was to just have districts required to have a discussion and submit a report on what they do or don't do. So this is the same thing. We see, especially post-COVID, a need to have some local discussion on audio-visual recording policies. Because during COVID, and COVID is still going on, there was a lot of remote learning. There was hybrid learning, and which was a new world. I don't know if it was a brave new world, but there were a lot of questions that did come up around the state about, who could watch a hybrid class or a remote class. Could it be recorded? Obviously, so from our own experiences, this committee had remote hearings last year. And we had policies about who could be there, who could listen. We had dogs that were there, which we became rather fond of as time went on. But those uncharted waters. So the focus is of this measure is simply to, and several of us have talked to several people at DOE about this, and they saw our interest and merit in doing the same thing here as they did with gifted, which would be to have a best practices folder, so to speak, so that some definition could be achieved in terms of recording policies. For example, we're being YouTubed now. I think when I introduced the bill, I pointed that out. So my words and the words of all of us are recorded forever, I guess. I don't know how long YouTube lasts. And for youngsters, when we were in a COVID hybrid remote situation, and I think during the hearing, Representative Nelson expressed concern about, possible special ed situations where there might be some unique circumstances. So that's it. There's some privacy issues that are part of this as well. And the second part of this, the smaller part, had to do with classroom recordings. And again, if you recall, I talked about that. Again, having been in the college classrooms, most professors have syllabi that talk about recording procedures. I know some classes, especially like in the medical field with his lectures, I know students like to record the lectures. Now, in the high school level, again, a lot of us have been in the classroom. When I was in the classroom, these things weren't ubiquitous, but they are now. And I think a lot of teachers have policies that you pull out a cell phone. Again, this is not about any specific policy. We don't want to get in the weeds, but these are areas that some schools, I think, have wonderful policies developed, and it would be value in sharing those. And, transparency issues. The classroom visitation piece, I want to think almost every, if not every school already has a policy in terms of who can visit a classroom. Even, during COVID, during hybrid classes, that was an issue because, some parents wanted to, help their youngster out by, especially if the youngster was sick, if it was an option to go in and get material or record classes. Anyway, these are things that I think some of us think just need attention. So it's just the best practices folder, submit a report. You can just send an email, and we've talked to DOE about it. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Lakis, do you have anything to add?
It doesn't cost anything, just like the other didn't cost anything. It doesn't force them to do anything other than file a report. But what it hopefully will do will cause them to think about, do we have a policy, and maybe should we have a policy? It doesn't even force them to have one, just to state what, if any, it is. But the hope is that they will develop one if they don't, just because it draws it to their attention.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a moment here and ask that if the school boards is willing to come up and take a couple of questions from myself. Technical support. We oftentimes do this with specialists that come to our exec sessions. Becky, thank you for coming. Can you tell me what's the process that the School Boards Association has in terms of policies in regard to matters which are in this bill as far as getting this information out to various school districts and boards?
Sure. Thanks so much for the question. For the record, Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for New Hampshire School Boards Association. Short girl problems over here. We have about a dozen policies, sample policies, that our member districts have access to that reference videoing, recording, surveillance, the difference between student recordings and recordings that are being used for school purposes, such as teacher evaluation potentially, extracurriculars like drama clubs or performances, recordings of speakers. So there are a number of policies that districts have access to that school boards can then put into place. Some are recommended policies, some are required policies. In terms of the visitor policy, we also do have a recommended visitor policy, sample policy that districts can adopt. That all of the policies, we ask districts to take their own lens and look at those policies and really adapt them to meet the needs of their individual school boards. But we do have a number of different policies around both video and audio recordings, as well as visitation.
Thank you very much. And I'll ask one more question here and then open it up if others have same requests. When I looked at the School Boards Association site the other evening, I noticed that there's 3 categories of how you identify them as required, or, you know, it might be nice to have, and another category, statutory requirement. Are any of the policies which you have that in respect to this particular bill statutory requirements?
There are some that are required under student privacy specifically. When House Bill 1558 passed a number of years ago in terms of student data privacy and technology privacy, a lot of the surveillance that school districts are using for safety, for student safety, would kind of overcross with that particular policy in terms of required student privacy data privacy. So there are some surveillance policies that districts must have in terms of how they're keeping their surveillance video and recordings, how they are being used, how they cannot be used, and those types of issues.
Can I just have one more. In regard to that statutory, is there anything statutorily established? I could look through statute, I guess, but maybe you have better handle on than I, regarding security in buildings.
Whether or not video is required for security.
Yeah, anything that statutorily says you need to have cameras on the playgrounds, play yards, in the hallways, etc.
It's not required for you to have surveillance video on school district grounds. However, it is recommended, and those policies are recommended. There is a different set of policies for transportation that are required in terms of how the surveillance on buses and things like that can be used, and what those pieces are required. In fact, I believe that school buses are the only place that video and audio are required as opposed to just the video surveillance.
Is that required and statutorily required, or just plain required from your policy perspective?
I would have to double check on that, but I believe they're just recommended. I don't believe they are required.
Maybe the DOE would have some answers on that one as well.
The DOE was here earlier. I'm not sure where they've. Oh, there she is.
Okay, thank you.
You'll have to find a new title for her today, but she's back there apparently, back in the chief seat.
She just went down to Lieutenant Colonel.
There you go. She can tell you exactly which policies are required by statute and
Thank
which are
you,
just
Becky.
recommended. You're welcome.
Representative Luno, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Becky, for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
On the policies that the chair was just asking you about, particularly the policies that are required under statute with respect to video and audio capture. Do any of those policies also also apply to non-public schools that provide education services to school districts? For example, a school like Pinkerton.
That's a very good question, Representative. Thank you for asking it. I would have to double check because School Boards Association really doesn't represent non-public school boards or any. I would have to double check and see which ones are applicable. I would imagine if the school district is contracting with another non-public program or another public academy, for example, that those would need to meet the same requirements as the local school district. You're welcome.
Yes, Representative Woodcock and then Representative Lakes.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Good morning.
Morning.
Just a quick question about your record keeping as an association. You folks track each school system and which particular policies they have from you or have used or have like a catalog? So, maybe I'm confused. If I asked you about hello, Marjorie. If I asked you about a policy on X, you could tell me these 400 schools have it?
Thank you for the question. Because not every school board is a member of our association, we don't track specifically which boards have adopted which sample policies from our policy manual or suggested sample policies. Because we offer them as sample policies and we are hoping that each district is really modifying them to meet their individual district need, we're not keeping track of how many people, how many boards, for example, have adopted X policy. We do offer a service to districts where we will do a policy review of all of a district's policies, a school board's policies, to see if they're up to date, if they're meeting all the required policies, how many recommended policies they've taken. So we have a sort of a bird's eye view of what districts have, but we are not keeping track of individual policies for each district.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
You're welcome. Further question, Representative Lakes.
I have a couple related. I just had one, but you made me think of another one. The one is, so if a school board with this bill were to realize that, oh, we don't have a policy on X, they would easily be able to then if they said, oh, maybe we should do that, it would be an easy thing to download a sample policy from you guys. Is that true?
Yeah, policy services are available to all of our member districts. So if they were a member of our association, then yes, they could work with us to develop a policy or use our sample policy and adapt it to what's appropriate for their district.
Okay, and if they weren't, they would just maybe ask another school district or whatever. Okay.
Yes, most district policies are available online for school districts to community members or parents or whoever wants to look at policies. So it's pretty accessible to most people at this point for districts to get their hands on policies, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further questions from, yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Would you consider that the policies that you provide would be best practices policies because they have been legally perused and present the best opportunity for school districts?
Thank you for the question. We do have a policy attorney specifically who looks at all of our sample policies and develops those in accordance with whatever is the current statute and the current requirements. We do ask every member district to work with their own legal counsel when they're looking at policies because not every district is the same. And we want to be sure that they're really making a policy that's going to be reasonable and appropriate for their individual district. But yes, we work very hard to make sure that all of our sample policies are up to date and they get updated every year after the legislative session is done.
I have a follow-up on that.
Yes, you may.
So they would also be available to the Department of Education to publish and send out to schools if they so wished, right? Rather than perhaps having each district report to the Department of Education?
Thank you for the question. I would leave that up to the department of whether or not that's something that they would want to partake in terms of working with the School Boards Association on individual policies. That's really something the department would have to weigh in on.
Thank you.
Further question, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for taking another question, Becky. What your answer to Representative Tanner's question sort of piqued an interest in what this bill is all about, and the Representative Moffett refers to this bill as being about the department having a folder of best practices with respect to observer policies and audio, video streaming and recording policies. And given what you just said about how the School Board Association develops model policies that are developed with by an attorney, but then recommend each school district to consult with their own attorney on the unique needs, characteristics, and obviously, their own school board attorney is the one that represents the school board. If this is ever put to a challenge, that would this folder really truly be a best practices folder, or would it really be a collection of policies that have now been passed by various school boards, may differ by school board depending upon what their unique circumstances are and what their own school board attorney may recommend?
Thank you for the question. Collecting any kind of copies of policies or things like that, I don't know who would vet what is considered a best practice policy versus what is collecting the policies that currently exist. There's certainly ways to make sure that every policy meets whatever is the requirements. If there is a particular requirement for a certain policy, to ensure that your policy aligns with what's required. Whether or not it's considered best practice, I'm not sure who would be making that determination or what the definition of that would be specific to surveillance and video policies or classroom visitation.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair? Yes. So would a would a policy for observer policies, audio, video streaming, and recording policies that are adopted in, let's say, Salem, be ideal for let's say Newport?
Thank you for the question. Every district is individual, and I believe that it's really up to the district to ensure that whatever policies they're putting in place are going to work for their particular district and their particular needs. What's best for one district is not necessarily going to be best for every district. It's quite different if you have 10 buildings in your district versus a 1 K-2 school or something. I mean, there's very different reasons to have different policies for different districts, and that's why we do not just hand out cookie cutter policies and say, just fill in these blanks. We're expecting that districts are working with their own school boards to develop policies that are going to work for their individual needs. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question, Ms. Wilson. So in these policies that you have, this particular bill deals with classroom recordings and in-classroom observers. Do any of the policies that you have about classroom recordings also take into consideration in-classroom observers, or do you have separate policies for those two aspects of eyes in the classroom?
Thank you for the question. We have separate policies. In fact, even the videoing and the recording policies are there's a number of different ones. There's one specifically for surveillance for safety purposes. There's a separate aspect of that that is for if teachers are using recordings in the classroom for their own professional development. There's aspects of recording by students that's in the student handbook that's recommended to go into student handbooks about what students can and cannot record or what purposes they can and cannot record. District policies speak specifically about using district equipment to record versus using personal equipment. Those are all very separate from visitation or observation. And again, I think there is also a difference between visiting a classroom and having someone come in to observe a classroom with a particular purpose. There are also very different reasons for those kinds of visitations, and those are spelled out in different policies. School visitors is quite different than an outside person who's coming in to observe for a particular purpose, perhaps for a teacher who's going through a higher ed program and they need to be observed, et cetera. Those are very different purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you encourage school districts to disclose those policies in the appropriate cases? In other words, if someone comes in and they're videotaping or, just like here, it's announced when the videotaping begins, so everybody's aware that they're being videotaped. Do you encourage those policies to be, either written or spoken to the people that they affect?
Thank you for the question. Depending on the purpose of the observation or the visit, those policies would absolutely be disclosed to the person that's coming in. Certainly classroom visitors, there's a procedure that needs to be in place in every building or in every classroom, in every school that is made aware to people who are coming in to visit the school. If people are coming in to observe, then yes, they would need to be given that policy or at least be made aware of whatever the policy is in terms of recordings. There are references to specific recording policies in the student handbook, that students and parents sign off on every year. There's also a video release that parents sign every single year. Either they allow their child to be videoed or not and released. That happens every single year. So those are all part of making sure that people are aware of the purposes of why things are recorded or videotaped and how they will be used, and parents have the right to opt their child out of that.
Do you know if, and it's not necessarily your purview, so you may not know, but do the charter schools that are also public schools, do you know if they also have policies written and encouraged to, have in student handbooks and that sort of thing?
Thank you for the question. I don't know specifically what charter schools are required to have in terms of their student handbooks or things like that. That's a question for the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Becky, for taking this. This bill requires school districts to submit a report to the Department of Education concerning the policy. Are there other policies that you know of that are a requirement that school districts submit them to the Department of Education?
Thank you for the question. I do know last year when they passed the bill in this committee in terms of they're not required policies, but that if you had a policy regarding your programming for gifted students, that would be sent to the department and the department would hold those in a folder at the department. There aren't safety policies and safety plans and things like that need to be filed with the department, but they are not specific policies to my knowledge. But again, that would be a question for the department.
Further questions? Representative Wood.
Thank you. It's not for Ms. Wilson, it's for Representative Moffett. I'll wait.
Thank you. Happy to help.
Just a question for Representative Moffett. Looking back on the notes of January 27th when you made the initial presentation, and you described it then as you did today, Mike, that this is a best practice similar to the gifted and talented one that you passed before. But as I listened to the discussion today, there doesn't appear to be any best practice scenario. This is just a semi-year policy, which could be, it has no value. It doesn't have the same incentive for a school to go look at this where they, particularly public schools, because they can already get the policies through the school board, or they already have one. So I don't understand the connection between best practice and just submitting a policy to a file where they're all pretty much standardized.
Sure, that's a great question, and Representative Luna asked a good question too. Best practices, I use that term on the 27th, I guess, and today, use it with the gifted bill. But as Becky pointed out, in response to Representative Luna's question, it's not the term best practices. Maybe I shouldn't have used that today. It's just a centralized policy folder, if you will, for people to see what other districts are doing and what might work for them. So, yeah, best practices is not part of the language in the statute, and it probably doesn't. I probably didn't need to use best practices if it confused anybody. Yeah, it's a policy folder, not a best practices folder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having worked for the Department of Education for 41 years, I have yet to see a best practice folder or policy folder which had any significant impact on education in the state. I think as a committee, we need to be very, very careful, and this comes up from time to time, that, well, let's go ahead and try this. This won't hurt, so let's see if it will work. And I think we add those things into the Department of Ed, and it's just another thing there which it ultimately doesn't work. So I'll be voting against the motion. We're okay here. Yeah, we're here.
Testing.
We're good here. Oh, I just had it on.
Okay, so what we got to do is get a hold of somebody down the hallway, or Jen. Daisy chain's not working.
This one seems to be working. It's a sign.
So I have two observations. One is Representative Lakis, I'm going to get this right, said that this doesn't cost anything. That's just wrong. It costs every school district money to produce these reports. And to say it doesn't cost anything, just because it's not a line item thing, it is costing districts money. And we need to be aware of that every time we do one of these from on high kind of policies. The second observation I have is that I can't understand why we're doing this. It's not like people are going to be coming and pulling those folders and looking at them, other than perhaps the Department of Education, which is trying to play Big Brother from my point of view. They want to know what people are doing so they can try and regulate it. We are all about local control. If we're about local control, why are we doing this? Why are we collecting these policies? Why are we playing Big Brother? And frankly, why this may be slightly intimidating about what is our policy? What do we want to tell the state? You know, I don't think we should be playing local control. I don't think we should be putting these kinds of requirements on a district just for the sake of having these requirements. I think we ought to think long and hard before we impose these kinds of things.
Thank you. Is there further discussion?
It sure does. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sure. Just on the money issue, I do agree with Representative Lekis. In terms of reports or policies, I think most schools already have. I'll wait till Representative Wallace can.
Oh, it was Representative Woodcock. Okay, blame it on your neighbor, huh? Go ahead, Representative Moffett.
I want to make sure Representative Wallace could hear me. I was trying to answer a question. Yes, the part of this about classroom visitations, for example, I think most, if not all, districts have something in place. If there's some that don't, then this is a chance for them to pay some attention to it. In terms of money, I agree with Representative Lekis. I think this would, in most cases, involve an administrative assistant sending an email and an attachment to DOE. It would take a minute, I think, in most cases, as many of us see that. And I also wanted to just respond a little bit to Representative Ellison. Becky, in terms of policies going to DOE, Becky Wilson cited a couple other examples. For example, safety protocols, DOE asking for reports on a number of things for folders, if you will. She cited safety protocols. I think there's value to those. Like you were saying that you didn't see the value in collecting such things. Obviously I do. So I just wanted to respond to that as well. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my questions and comments, Representative Moffett. So were you surprised, as I was surprised, to listen to the list of subcategories of recordings and just how many aspects of recording in a classroom there are?
Sure. In fact, that's, if I can say this, that's the beauty of a measure like this, is that it's taken a little bit longer than maybe we thought it would, but all the points and discussion that's flowing from this proposed measure, in terms of what you just mentioned, being surprised at what's out there. Again, please, this is not a policy mandate. And that's what kind of slowed down the gifted bill for a while, because people were saying, what about this, what about that, what about this, what about that, what about surveillance, what about that? That's not the intent of this bill. Again, the bill is intended to collect data and encourage districts to have, in some cases, overdue discussions, particularly post-COVID. Again, very simple. And so I don't want to get down in the weeds. That's not the intent.
Follow up, Mr. Chair? Yeah, I was just, as I listened to Ms. Wilson discuss it, it, in my own mind, went from one report to two, one report being on recordings and a second report on in-classroom observers. And it went from what was being described as, you know, a super easy 30-second thing to a report out on 8 different aspects of recording in a classroom, whether it's students recording, teachers recording, the teacher being recorded, student privacy issues. I mean, obviously, Ms. Wilson had the list of things. So I was surprised at that. It seems that it's much more involved than I had initially read into the bill. And in your gifted and talented bill, I'm looking at it, there's a section 3 that says that the department shall develop a standardized format for submission. That and reassess it each year and whatever. Was it your intention that the department develop some sort of a format for this report as well?
If I may respond, Mr. Chair? Yeah, sure. Yes, the department, you mentioned the gifted bill, the department, we had met with them, they actually did develop a format, the DOE did, which they promulgated and sent out so that the districts would have a way to respond. And you make a good point in that, as I said, I think with the visitation policies, that those are probably in place and fairly easy to respond to, but you're right. Because in the audio-visual recording domain, it's a new and I think a needed area that needs discussion and attention. That could take considerable time. Depends on the district and whoever is there at the district. If they end up spending, various amounts of time on it, it's good. Obviously, it shows there's a need to spend some time and get some definition locally on what their policies are, and to be asked or required to submit a report to DOE provides the impetus for this discussion locally that I think needs to happen.
One more follow-up.
Okay.
Just one more.
Go ahead.
I promise. So, Representative, the DOE involvement in developing the report format is not in this bill. It was in the gifted and talented bill, but it's not in this bill. Was that your intention? Is there a reason why it's not in the bill?
Sure, good question. And several of us did meet with several folks at DOE, and they liked the idea of this. And I guess it's implied that DOE would, without getting too detailed and prescriptive in how they respond to the statute, I'm sure they would, similarly to the gifted bill, provide some guidance in terms of how to submit the data or the report.
Well, it's in statute in the gifted bill.
Correct.
I'm going to take a few moments to just give a couple I got to go on a teleconference meeting at 11 o'clock regarding higher ed. I asked a question that why is this specific to in classroom when in fact the whole school is a classroom, from the cafeteria to the PE area, the multipurpose room, to the music room, to the art facilities. It's all classroom, including small conference rooms which are used for supplemental education or remedial education, what have you. We use every space. But my concern that, I could understand gathering this information if it were for a specific purpose. And the specific purpose I'd love to see, deals with emergency management planning, which we now know we have to submit this information directly to Homeland Security and then over to the Department of Education. We dealt with that already this year. I'd love to know I'd really not love to know, but appreciate knowing if we have that streaming capability available throughout our schools, which then it can be also seen on the responder on their screen in their vehicle, whether it be the sheriff, the police, state troopers, police, etc., what's going on in the school in case of some kind of an issue within the school. I can see a real positive behind that and the rationale for that. But as far as in classroom itself, I know we need to have policies in how we do everything in regard to education. It's just the way we live. But to me, curriculum and instruction becomes a local responsibility, and I don't see why this can't be handled on the local level. That's where I am. So I got to leave right now. I'm going to hand this over to Representative Cordelli. I've got to get on the phone in the other room. I'll be right back when it comes time to any voting or et cetera.
Thank you. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think that obviously we're having, I think, quite an in-depth discussion, and with also with technical support from School Board Association, and maybe from the Department of Ed. But so I think there's a lot of questions with respect to this. I know I would like to learn maybe more about from the department how school districts would be able to access this best practices folder, so that they could take advantage of the information there, and how the department is going to make that available, that data available to school districts in a useful, productive manner that also identifies maybe why certain school districts do it one way and other school districts do another way, for some of the reasons why that Ms. Wilson brought up. And I'd also like to maybe understand a little bit more from the department's perspective what their costs of doing this operation, to make that data available, would be. There's obviously local costs of compiling data and sending it to the department. Then there's the department's data in collecting this. I mean, the department's costs in collecting this data from 220 schools, and processing that, and then finally, I think from a school's perspective, and this gets to, I think, to Chair Ladd's recent comment that schools have policies for everything. Well, they don't necessarily need policies for everything. They need policies. They require policies that we require in statute. Those are the required policies. Policies that they adopt beyond that are because they're the school board and the members of the community want to be able to hold the school district accountable to making sure that they follow those policies. And that's very likely why a lot of policies that Ms. Wilson was talking about and especially the policies with respect to audio-video streaming and recording and in classroom where they're not required, have been adopted by school districts. So, I guess, would it be possible to hear from the department with respect to what their plans are and would be with this and how this is going to be valuable to schools?
Would Attorney Fenton care to provide any technical support on this legislation?
Well, you could get a promotion from our current chair.
Hope springs
A
eternal,
field,
doesn't it?
field promotion.
There you go. Always hope. So, from the department's perspective and my understanding of the testimony and the intent from the sponsor, what is before this committee is very similar to the legislation that was brought forward last session in regards to gifted and talented policies. And my understanding is that the department has implemented that legislation by creating, it was an electronic folder. I know last session there was a lot of debate as to whether or not it would be an actual paper folder or it would be electronic. And I think there was an amendment in the Senate to make that, and I know in speaking with the commissioner, the intent and the thought was we'll have it on our website available for public inspection and consumption, to just go and look at those policies. And that was the discussion and the intent. And to facilitate that, my understanding is that the department, I know, met with Representative Moffett to create a form to streamline that so that there would be that consistency across the board, because I know some of the discussion was you will have some discrepancies or inconsistencies from one district to another. And so I think to just facilitate ease of readership, a form was developed, and I would anticipate the department would take a similar approach if this bill were to be passed by this legislative body. In terms of the cost, as this committee well knows, there are some bills that come forward which would add a considerable cost to the department. We need new staff, etc. It is not based on the plain reading of this. This is a bill that, similar to last year's bill, can be incorporated with the state. We can create that form as we did last time and put it up on our website for public consumption. And so we do not anticipate that there would be a significant cost associated with it. But again, that's from the department's perspective. I am not speaking on behalf of the districts, which you also alluded to. We're not in a position to talk about that particular cost.
Representative Tanner.
You know, as I'm thinking about this, and particularly with what Representative Ladd, Chair Ladd, spoke about, how the whole school's a classroom, and then we talked about the different types of video that's been taken. I'm not sure we want streaming video of schools being the public. For security purposes, I'm sure Homeland Security would have some input on perhaps the policies, but once you establish the policies, it may give people who wanted to use videotapes for not particularly great reasons, access to information that they shouldn't have. I see, you know, when I asked the School Boards Association about do they post the policies, certainly here we hear, you know, okay, you're being recorded now. We don't know the policies other than it's going to be on YouTube. Representative Moffett doesn't even know how long in perpetuity the YouTube lasts, neither do I, right? And we don't know how those videotapes can be used for or against us, I guess, is probably, or even to come in and take over this building for that matter. So I think this, although this sounds really simple, you know, really easy, really like this is a good thing and it's going to spark good things. I think it already has sparked good things probably from people listening in and that sort of thing. I think we need to take a step back. I really do. I think we need to think about the ramifications and security purposes in schools. Where videotapes, you know, and security tapes and all kinds of tapes have been, you know, video has been taken. So I don't know if that's a question to you or just it's a comment in my mind about, do you see, probably from your legal standpoint, how this might mushroom into something more than what we really want it to be and maybe needs further study?
So as an initial matter, I, in anticipation of your question, opened up my book to 194B, charter schools. And I am disappointed that it has nothing to do with charter schools. So I was trying to be there with you, and so I think any bill that is passed, any bill that is reviewed, and this committee knows this better than I do, could have potential unintended consequences, right? I think that this is obviously an area of great concern. As to whether or not this bill should be studied further, that's not for me to decide. That's for this body to decide. I think that on its face, the way it is currently written, it is a bill that the department can easily implement. The implications of that go beyond the plain language discussed previously. The law 194B explicitly states that, and I forget the provision that I sent you the other day, but it does say in here in two places that unless stated in other areas of the law, that the charter school law, the chapter, is very narrowly tailored. So the way I read this, in context with 194B, is that unless it explicitly states this is to apply to charter schools, it would not.
Just so happens I have an amendment for that. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make a motion on an amendment.
Okay, we have an emotion on the floor, and we have additional questions of the department. If we could take care of that first.
You may.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not exactly sure if this is for you or if it's for Representative Moffett. But I'm questioning why, and I apologize because I was not here the day of the hearing on this bill, so I didn't have the benefit of hearing everything that was said then. But I'm wondering why we are doing this, and instead of just saying school districts shall develop a policy dealing with this, and let it happen the way all the other policies happen via the School Boards Association and that sort of thing. Why are we getting the Department of Education to collect these policies? It seems so out of place. And would we be starting a process where the Department of Education now has to start collecting the policies of playground use or bus procedures or all these other areas where schools have policies? I guess, am I making sense? Why are we making the Department of Education even be a conduit for this? And I'm not sure if that's, probably not for you, but Representative Moffitt's not listening, so maybe you're the one that's going to need to answer it. I don't know, Attorney.
Do you have a response, Attorney Fenton?
I do, and I understand your question. In large part, I will refer to the sponsor of this bill. But my understanding, and I don't want to speak for you, obviously, but my understanding was there was a thought in the bill that was passed last year as related to gifted and talented students was to have not a clearinghouse, but a centralized location is probably the better term, a centralized location where districts could access information as to how other districts are handling the situation. And I think that was the intent on this bill as well. Same idea, same concept, different topic. But again, I will refer to Representative Moffett on that.
If I may? Yes, Attorney Fenton described that very well. And your question about, playground policies, I mean, that's a fair question, too. Reason that I or the folks that supported Gifted or this bill wanted it to come through this process is that the imprimatur of legislative action, of statutory action, matters, we think. The commission can send a memo out and ask for policies, and that's just not, it doesn't have the gravitas or the import that the imprimatur of legislative action has. Because this is, I obviously think this is really important, and this legislative action underscores the importance of it.
May I have a follow-up with him then?
Follow-up.
Thank you. So, yeah, I understand that, but I don't understand why we're not just
Excuse me,
passing.
excuse me, Representative, is this Attorney Fenton? I
No,
would like to
Ju-
finish
Rep-
up with the questions to Attorney
Okay,
Fenton
I'm sorry.
first. Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Representative Cordelli, and thank you for taking my question, Diana. So 18929B, which is the gifted and talented statute that was added last year, has 3 distinct sections. The first is a definition of gifted and talented. Should this bill be identical to that bill, perhaps a definition of what in-classroom recordings or observers are might have appeared there. The second is the second session, Roman 2, is the requirement to file the report. And then Roman 3 is the directive to the Department of Education that says that they will develop the format. My question to you is this: is that gifted and talented bill as a model more directive than the bill that we have in front of us? There is no definition, there is no directive to the Department of Ed to develop the format. We keep comparing the two bills, but when I look at 18929B, I see something very different than what's in front of us in House Bill 1295. And I'm wondering what your take is on that.
I think thank you for the question. It's a very astute observation, and the department will respond to what is passed and what is printed. And so if that is the intent of this body, to have it be similar in the ways that we have described, then it would certainly behoove this committee to structure it in a similar manner. So yes, I think that would be helpful in terms of the directive to the department as to what the expectation is.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Attorney Fenton? Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious as to how much data your department collects. It seems like in this whole place, everybody's collecting something, and they got a book this thick. How much types of data do they collect? And is this just a drop of the bucket?
Thank you for the question. The department does collect a significant amount of information. I joked recently with Commissioner Edelblut, and he said sometimes it's just bureaucrats being bureaucrats, and acting bureaucratically, I think was his term, and collecting information. And so I think, when we looked at the bill that Representative Moffett brought up last session, and we appreciate his openness to modifying his bill last session, there was a concern that it would just become another paper in a folder. And so I think when we pivoted a little bit and revamped it to put it in a set format, working closely with the department to create this form and put it on the website so that it would have more utilitarian purposes, it became more accessible for people, and it was less about the department just collecting more information in more paper. That is always a concern of the departments. And so we successfully, I think last year's session taught certainly me and the department that we were able to work and to achieve the representative's goals and to cut back on that collection piece just for collecting purposes. But yes, in a short answer, yes, the department collects a lot of information, and it's all passed statutorily.
Were there any further questions? I thought I saw another hand. Not seeing any. Thank you. Ms. Fenton.
It's hard to know what to call me, isn't it? I know, well. I can tell you as a former prosecutor, I have been called a lot worse, so I appreciate it.
If we called her ambassador, we might have to send her over to the Ukraine. Yes, Representative Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I might have been out the week that this bill was presented, and I'm going back and forth on this bill, but something has, I wanted to present to the committee. It's kind of made its way to my head today. In this era of recordings and remote, I have really benefited from the House Education Committee receptacle for videos. And, you know, in preparing testimony for bills, going back, you know, I could look at a bill today and say, oh my gosh, I don't remember anything about that bill. I go back to the recording and I listen to it, and I am brought right back to that day and my feelings and my thoughts on the bill. I don't think we've talked about that here today, and the difference between watching a recording in a classroom as a student and being in a Zoom class. To me, those are completely different. I can watch the recording when it makes sense for me, when I can hear it and absorb it, versus being in a Zoom and worrying about what, you know, Susie is saying, and, you know, the phone's ringing and my kids need food or whatever. So that's just a receptacle, and again, I don't want to profess to know all the things that this bill covers, but I think it's important to think about it from that aspect, and some of the bills that we're listening to for remote. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Representative Lakis, Representative Porter, I think you had a question that you wanted to submit to Representative Moffett.
Yes, thank you for remembering, Mr. Chair. I guess what the question that I had was, why is this going to the Department of Education? Why are we setting school districts up for being watched over so carefully by the Department of Education when we could just put in statute that districts shall develop a policy having to do with these things and then allow them to do it? It's in statute. The School Boards Association has their lawyers that would help them. It would get done because it would be required by statute, but it doesn't force the school districts to submit these reports to the Department of Education to be overlooked. And what's the next thing they're going to have to send into the Department of Education? And the next thing, and the next thing. And pretty soon, the department becomes the overseer of all these individual policies from individual districts. It feels, pardon my usage, but it feels a little bit like Big Brother to me. We're setting the department up to be watching over very carefully every aspect of what goes on in the local districts. And maybe, you know, maybe we want to do that, but I don't think we do.
Sure, thanks for the comment. I mentioned earlier that the reason for going this route through DOE in the legislative process, as I said before, is a way to underscore the importance of this evolving issue with technology. And yeah, I am not big on reports unless they're ones that you know I think or we think make a difference. I think Gifted definitely has made a difference. All over the state now, people are talking about, districts are talking about you know, developing gifted policies, which is the intent of that. I hear your point, and I would not want to overburden them, but I think there are some things that are reasonable to expect from the DOE and from districts, and you know, this is one of them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And this is really a question to you, Mr. Chair. Do we know if Homeland Security has weighed in on the framework and development audio-video capture and dissemination policies, and what sort of impact that could have, not just on student safety, but beyond that, in terms of, and I'm forgetting the term that the Homeland Security, that the representative from Homeland Security used here recently, but situational management and things like that.
Well, in regard to the emergency response plans, when we had the $30 million, which we are distributing to schools for security measures, upgrading, we do know that we do have the streaming available in some schools. It's not all schools. And cameras was one of the issues which we were purchasing. And then, of course, looking at the placement of cameras and in the entry areas and the access and egress areas. But we do not have any policy that requires these to be in place or for schools to have them. So, and we don't have this information. That's why I was keenly interested if this was applying to the whole school and whether we could get information as a result of something like this. But I don't think this is going to provide that to us in that regard. So emergency response planning is important, and I feel that an issue that we as need to be starting to talk with the director over there at Homeland, with her over at Homeland Security, and with the Department of Education. And just because we have these plans identified in statute doesn't mean we have it totally worked out yet. We did do the task forces, and I saw Representative Tanner looking at that booklet the other day. I was doing the same thing, it doesn't mention, you know, in the recommendations at the back for legislative improvements and recommendation. I have not seen one that recommends that we have that streaming video capability in all our schools. Something we may want to pursue.
Yeah, so my concern, Mr. Chair, is that if some schools therefore need to make it publicly known that beyond the mere absence of
That'd be a mistake if we did that.
of an AV policy,
Yeah.
that they made it known that they don't have any recordings or recording capability.
One of the reasons why we've had difficulty at the very start of this program, when Director Plummer at that time was doing all the digitizing over there at Homeland Security on the other side of Concord here, is that school districts were concerned about the confidentiality of those plans which would be submitted from the high school or the elementary schools, because it's all schools. What happens in the interim? Is this going to be confidential by the time it gets to Homeland Security? So they were questioning whether we should even do that. It was after resolving some of those things with the director and with the commissioner at DOE, we were able to set up a process in which that works. And right now, the legislation which we just addressed earlier this session, we go directly now to Homeland Security, and then they communicate with DOE and the oversight of the program. It's DOE's responsibility. If you haven't done it, Mr. Luno, in your school, then DOE is going to get on you, get it into Homeland Security. We found that when we initially were handing out that $30 million, a number of schools had not complied because of the security issues that you speak of. Yeah, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, you were out of the room. Attorney Fenn did a great job, I thought, tying in the intent of the bill and the precedent of the bill. That's my first point. The second one is I'm seeing us getting down into the weeds again, and this is what slowed down the gifted bill, which was introduced a long time ago. You know, folks were getting into what about this, what about that, and that's not the intent of that bill. It was slowed down longer than it needed to be, I think. And it's not the intent of this bill. I'm hearing, what about Homeland Security? What about all these? That's what should come out of this if or when this moves forward. But I'm not looking to get into those details now. And finally, a procedural question, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at Representative Tanner's amendment that she passed out, which I think makes a lot of sense, and I like it. And I do want to say, because this I'm sure will come up, the wording of the present proposed measure simply asks superintendents of districts to respond with a report. And I was kind of waiting for the question, what about broadening that? And the reason, my answer would have been, to keep it simple, because there are some ephemeral questions about homeschoolers or some of the new situations. But I really like and could and would support Representative Tanner's amendment if we get to that. But procedurally, to get to that, we we would need to do OTP and then OTPA. Is that correct? Okay, all right. That's my question procedurally. I could support her amendment.
You know, I've got a lot of questions on process we're talking about here. If we're trying to find out and try to alert school districts that we should have policies in place, and I'm sure they all do. We've heard from the New Hampshire School Boards Association there are boilerplate policies available. If we're trying to get a collection together here, sometimes I feel the legislature starts stepping out of our territory and into the territory of the executive branch and the departments. An administrative bulletin could easily go out to all the schools addressing the issue of this issue of policy. Make sure you have policy in place. I see this very narrow. It's only in classroom. It's not the whole school. I see this, I just briefly read the amendment here for the first time when I see education service providers. Wow, we're going well beyond the schoolhouse now. And I'm trying to get in my head what is the purpose of the whole thing here. So Representative Lakis, you have a question
I have some
or discussion?
comments, discussion. I believe the reason it is just classroom recordings is so that we don't get into all of those issues of security and homeland security, and if we let the public know what our policies are regarding observing hallways and everything, we don't want to make those public. So this doesn't cover that. This is specifically about in-classroom recordings, because some schools have talked about putting out recordings in all classrooms, and some schools have said they aren't going to do that. And as far as money and that kind of stuff, I believe the superintendents and the, whoever would, assistants and whatever who would be filling this out, they're salaried. This would be part of their job, and they're only putting in if they have policies. So if they have a policy, it's probably in a file. It's probably pretty easy to take that file and send it off. So it's only if they don't have policies, then you get into all the time and the money and all that other stuff. But we're not asking them to create policies. We're just saying if the policy's there, send it off. And so if the policy's there, it really should be just a few minutes to click and paste and send off, right? Because the policies are there. And so that shouldn't be that hard. You're not, because they're there, right? And schools publish those and have those available. That's part of the point. It's just if they're not there, and then all of that time, that money, all those issues we're talking about, that's up to the school to decide whether they want to do that. They could say, we don't have a policy and we don't want to have a policy. End of story. They could say, we don't have a policy, we didn't even think about it. Maybe we should have a policy. Then they can spend all the time, money, effort, et cetera, that they want to develop a policy. But that's the local aspect. We're just trying to get them to think about that. Do they have a policy? And just sending a bulletin, which was a suggestion, a lot of times bulletins, oh yeah, but if you actually have to take an action and say, we don't have a policy, we do have a policy, that action in and of itself stirs further action. And so you actually have to interact with that question as opposed to just reading and setting aside. So at any rate, those are my comments.
Woodcock?
Thank you. This is my final comment. I'm extremely surprised, Mike, the 6 lines is taking almost an hour, as you would be. And when I first started this, I thought, this has no value. This is a local educational option. NSB, if they have an option, they give you legislation template. You bring it to your lawyer and the thing. So I still think this is a local educational option. I think it doesn't have any value as it is. I do think, however, you struck a very important chord in those 3 areas. And I see them as 3 distinct areas because they have the conjunctions and. So there's 3 distinct areas that you mentioned that it should be in statute. To that, I would agree. That if we think it's that important, that these 3 policies should, which this does not require, but these 3 policies should be, if you want the local school boards to have them, then there should be, and they have the process between the Superintendent's Association or the school board, and then as Ms. Wilson said, the school board typically says, here's what we suggest, take it to your lawyer. I do agree that that this has value. You brought up something not as it's framed, but I think your intent now, after listening after an hour, has been illuminated, and I would support not this bill as presented, but the concept in the future of a statute outlining those three for school boards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? I haven't had a chance to really, you must have discussed this amendment to some degree. I didn't have a chance to really, or you didn't?
No.
Okay. Pardon me? That's after lunch? Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair, the amendment hasn't been proposed yet.
there's been no motion made. So right now, our motion is ought to pass on this particular bill. And I'll just reiterate where I'm coming from, that there are certain things which I'd like to see us further study and look at in terms of videoing within schools, but my concerns are not really what's going on in the classroom. My concerns are what's going on in the playground, what's going on in the hallways and entry areas and all that, and tying that in with the emergency management response planning. If that's an important aspect of streaming and communicating outside of our building to authorities, then I'm all in for some kind of a study to look at how we can ensure that we're going to make our buildings a safer place for kids to be and staff. To stream just for the sake of having some kind of a recording like we do at our select board meetings, which are all those we do stream and we destroy the records after 3 years. That's not the purpose of this. This is just, as Representative Moffett said, to collect the policies. As a building principal, I used to really get upset over this type of action. And I'll tell you, Representative Moffett, that I knew where this stuff went when it went up to our central office and went in somebody's desk, stacked up, the pile of papers got larger and larger, and there was never a result back to us as far as what was the purpose of it. At DOE, I know. I've seen it over there. They have an attic full of stuff up there, and it'd just be like a bottomless pit. Unlike what we got for the best practices in gifted and talented, I think there's some good things which are going to come out of that process, where we're going to be able to pursue the need, perhaps not, for gifted education go beyond just competencies and maybe go through some actual curriculum for those which are gifted. I don't know. But there's a lot of good stuff that comes from that. So, I'm willing to look at an interim study if that's where we think we need to go and do this thing more justice in terms of a wider scope. But if we're not going to go on a wider scope, I have a hard time getting on board with it. Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I have said this several times. What is happening here is what slowed down gifted before, and what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Chair, is that all these procedural issues and getting down in the weeds, and that's good, and that's what would come out of this bill if it moved forward. But what's happening somewhat here is not germane to the intent of the bill. The intent of the proposed measure is simply to do the report. You were out of the room when Attorney Fenton addressed a bunch of questions related to this. I wish you could have been here to hear what she had to say. But and again, I'll finish. I know, of course, I'm the sponsor, so I have to speak to some of these things. As I said earlier, looking at the proposed amendment, I like it a lot. It has more people reporting, and I explain why we try to keep it simpler. I would support the amendment, but we would need, I guess, there's a motion on the floor, and to get to the amendment, we have to go through the motion. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this bill? Okay, let's call the motion, Madam Clerk. It's ought to pass.
to clarify, just as a board member, not as a clerk, we're voting on ought to pass, and then if ought to pass does not pass, then an amendment would come forward?
Nobody.
A new
You-
motion, excuse me, possibly with an amendment.
You would need a motion to, and I haven't heard anybody put forth a motion here at the table today. So if we vote down the ought to pass, then we'll take another motion, and the motion could be several motions.
Excuse me,
You
Yes.
could,
yes.
you could.
So would we withdraw this motion?
I do not wish, as the sponsor, I do not wish to make the motion.
The sponsor does not care to make a motion right now. So basically, the motion that we have on the table is ought to pass on this bill, 1295.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Bill 1295, requiring reports concerning policies on classroom recordings and in-classroom observers. The motion is ought to pass. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm.
No.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi. Representative Nelson. Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Waltz. Oh, sorry. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison. No. Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Woodcock. No. Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
So 8, sorry, you guys got me right at order. 10 to, is that right? We have 18 people? Okay, so 10 nays and 8 yeas. The motion fails.
Okay, so is there, no, we have to have a motion on the bill, so there needs to be another motion that comes forward.
Do you want me to make a motion, Rick?
Representative Bohm, do you care to make a motion? Okay, so we have a motion for interim study made by Representative Bohm and second by Representative Luno for interim study. Any further discussion from Representative Bohm? Representative Luno? Any further eloquent discussion? Thank you very much, Hobbs. Representative Hobson. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on interim study for 1295?
Yes. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Nelson. Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison. Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock. Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So interim study carries 18 to 0.
Okay. Any objections to consent for interim study? No. Thank you. Nada, huh? Okay, yeah, that's a good one we can do. We can do, from yesterday, remember we had the 1373, that was a bill that had the 3 categories, and the 4th category was it dealt with the Amesbury situation. We can park this bill real quickly, I think, because we do have some information back from the department, which Representative Cordelli would like to present to us. So We're going to open up the hearing now on that bill. That was, what was the number again on that? 13 what? 1373. Okay, let's move to that.
If I might,
It's relative to the best interest of the student for a change of school or assignment. So 1373, we asked that further information be gathered. Representative Cordelli has gathered that, so before we, have a motion put on the floor here, why don't you impart to us what you found out?
thank you. Yes, this was the situation where a parent in Southampton, or a group of parents, are caught in the situation where their school has a tuition agreement with Amesbury, Massachusetts, and their high school students are sent to Amesbury. Some of them are unhappy, both with the fact that they're being forced to send their kids out of state, and they don't think the education is really the quality that they want. So they asked about being able to go before the board and put forward the idea of tuitioning instead to the local New Hampshire school. I was able to find some contact information and actually talked on the phone last evening with the parent in Southampton. And there have been developments in that the board has agreed to provide an option to tuition students to the local New Hampshire high school. The issue that has still caused a situation there is that the parents will have to pay the difference in tuition to go to the New Hampshire school, and as I recall, it's about $8,000 the parents would have to pay to go to a New Hampshire school, which is causing some additional concern. We discussed my legislation, and I don't see any reasonable way for us to address the cost in this legislation and where it is in statute. I know that the parents' state senator, Senator Sherman, was interested in pursuing the financial implications and how that might be addressed, and if it should be addressed in terms of what the parent has to pay. So I think that for this bill, I would like to put forward a motion of interim study just to keep alive the idea of looking at the tuition costs when a parent is choosing and has been afforded the ability to go to a New Hampshire school. Having to pay thousands of dollars like that, I think is something that we should look at.
Yes, so are you putting forth a motion right now?
Yes, interim study.
Okay, so we've had,
Second.
is ought to pass on the table? Okay, so we already have one on the table, so we're in discussion mode right now. So it's ought to pass. So,
Yeah, I could withdraw the motion.
yeah, you could withdraw the motion. Who was the second on that?
Me,
Pardon me?
me.
Okay, would you withdraw
I
the
will
motion also?
withdraw,
So
yeah.
then we have no motion on the table. So yes, Representative Cordelli, you can put a motion forward.
I will do so. Motion of interim study.
Second.
Okay, so we have that. Representative Cordelli, you want to further discuss that bill, or?
I don't think further discussion is necessary from me.
Oh, could I ask a question? Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask a question about the discussion you had with the constituent yesterday, Rep. Cordelli? Okay, so I'm confused. I wanted to confirm that the Southampton resident had the option between Winnicott originally and Amesbury.
From my conversation previously, that was not an option.
Was not, okay. And a follow-up, the Amesbury School District would not agree to transfer the student?
It was, if I might, the issue was that there was a tuition agreement, a 5-year tuition agreement in place with Amesbury to send their high school students there. Um, And so it was a matter of, would the school board provide a local New Hampshire option for tuitioning students?
I'd just like to interject one thing, then we'll go around. This issue of tuitioning to, let's say you're a K-8 and you're going to tuition out to high school. Some districts have multiple tuition agreements. Some of those schools, and I don't know if it's a practice now, but it has been a practice in the past where it's been an attorney's delight, where the difference in the tuition cost, you're up to a colonel now, Diane, the difference in tuition had to be paid by the family. And when the family came from a situation that did not have the wherewithal to pay that difference, they couldn't afford that school. They had to go over here to another tuition. I've heard from some attorneys, in fact, I heard from our district attorney, that was discriminatory. That you couldn't, if you had a tuition agreement as a district with all these different 4 or 5 schools, then it should be available to all students regardless of their means. And so that's the issue. We know it's a practice that's, and I'm sure Barrett may have some, confirmation if it's still going on or not, but I believe it is going on in the state in multiple locations. So we're touching upon something that's been blistering for years when we start talking about this tuition stuff with an interim study of some kind. It's Representative Bohm.
Yeah, thank you. When we didn't have our high school, we were tuitioning.
Drink some water.
To Hudson and Manchester, but in the agreement with both was a percentage, no more than 25% to Manchester. I got water. And no less than 75% to Hudson. But there was always a gap that that agreed on both sides. So it was never an issue about that. But yeah, there is an issue, and I'm surprised that much of it. I think it was a New Hampshire school to a New Hampshire school, there wouldn't be $8,000 difference in tuitioning. I mean, that's surprising with Amesbury, $8,000 difference than sending a kid to a New Hampshire school.
Please don't hold me to that number, but that was my recollection of our telephone conversation. This was just, one parent.
Is there further discussion on Representative Porter?
Yeah, and this is not a snarky question at all, okay? But isn't it, it's my understanding that family, could they have applied for an EFA and gotten that tuition money to help them pay going over to another public school?
I asked him about that, and he did not think he would qualify under the income limits.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any further discussion on this? So we have a motion on the table of ought to pass. No, excuse me. Interim study. Okay, no more discussion on that? All righty, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is House Bill 1373, relative to the best interests of the student for a change of school or assignment. The motion on the table is interim study. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm?
Yes.
Representative Lakis?
Yes.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Mullen?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Porter? Representative Hall?
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Boy, I hate to be the only no, but so I'll go yes. Yes.
The motion
Because
carries
we don't need
18-0.
another study. Okay. I know it's your kind death. Okay, we're going to take a break right now for lunch and come back with some more water in us. I need it too. Is there any problem with the consent for the interim study? We will do it, thank you. So we'll break and we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
Miss Walt's gone for the day.
Pardon me?
1370, oh, yeah, is Miss Waltz gone for the day? Or just
I,
a short meeting?
you'd have to, is Mary Beth gone for the rest of the day?
No,
or-
she'll be back
Okay,
after lunch.
okay, okay.
She just had finance for noon.
Start, we're going to get a, it'd be called American Airlines here, never starting on time or never arriving on time. But we're pretty close. So what we need to do now is continue the exec sessions here, and we did hop over one of the bills here earlier today. I'd like to go back and cover that bill. That is 1137, relative to the duty of school boards to provide education. So if we go switch, and cover 1137, find 1137 in our books here. And 1137, I'm going to look to Representative Bohm to make a motion, please. And I'll second it. Okay, Representative Bohm, do you have any discussion on that?
Just that it's very broad and covers a lot, so I think we really need to look at what really school boards should be doing, for example, superintendent and all that. So I think it really, it just needs some more study.
And as the second on the motion, I will also echo a little bit of what Ralph just said. It's a very broad bill, and it covers everything from structure, content, accountability, advocacy, delivery of instruction, and then it gets on to some of the duties of the board. It's got a lot in it, and it's probably got a lot it's missing as well. And so for that reason, I also support interim study on the bill. Further discussion, Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. If the motion is defeated, I will offer an amendment. The intent of this bill is to address a number of things that have been going on in school boards in New Hampshire. There have been problems. I'll start with go down a list of a few of the things that I wanted to address. I believe that there are many school boards who think that they report to the superintendent as opposed to the other way around. I think that there have been problems with parental engagement, people not being listened to, people being shut out. I think this needs to be remedied, and school boards should be developing policies to promote parental engagement. School board members being silenced, being muzzled. Just as we represent people and have a free rein for discussion, I think school board members should as well. The public should be encouraged to attend board meetings. Very often, public comment is held at the end of school board meetings. It could be a late hour. It discourages parental attendance. Agenda items that they might want to address have already been decided with no input from them at the meeting. It discourages parental engagement, and I think that needs to be remedied, and I tried to do that in this bill. Also, transparency is another major area I tried to address in here, in that information should be made available on curriculum and instructional materials. All should be made available and be available to parents. In my local district, a group of parents were contacted by the town prosecutor and told, if you don't stop with 91A requests for curriculum materials, we're going to refer you to the state attorney general's office. It goes on from there. There should be information on each district's website about a number of areas. We had a bill to provide, cost per student on ballot measures. I think that all district websites should have a link to the department website, the iPlatform series. There was a demonstration last night. It's been greatly enhanced, and there's phenomenal information available there. That should be available to parents on each district website with a link to that district information. We have to do more. Parents definitely have a role in their children's education, and those who believe otherwise, I think, are hurting public education in this state and in this nation. And I was trying to address some of those things in this legislation.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Litchfield.
Thank you. I would just like to echo what Representative Cordelli has said. I could not agree more. I just feel that what's out there right now for school board members is extremely vague. I've been on the board, a couple of boards for many, many years, and it's still very difficult for me to truly navigate what my role is. I know we hear budget and policy all the time, but if I had $1 for every time I heard the superintendent say, that's my decision with regard to any other staff and administrator. You employ me and nobody else. It's a very frustrating and confusing place to be. And I just want to point out the other side too. I think it's difficult for board members and parents from the standpoint of parents can get very frustrated with different situations, and oftentimes they will go directly to the board members. They won't necessarily start with the teacher, go to the principal and the superintendent. They just look at it like, you're the board, why aren't you handling this? And it's not even part of the board's purview. So I just think for all involved at some point, we really should nail this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for reference here, I'd like to quote a couple areas within statutory law. In fact, if you have your yellow books, you look on page 1 of that book and look at RSA 21N:1, Roman 1. The general court finds that the students, parents, general citizenry, local school teachers, administrators, local governments, local school boards, school administrative units, state government have a joint and shared responsibility for the quality of education delivered through the public education system in the state of New Hampshire. So there are a lot of levels of, or a lot of groups that are involved in this responsibility and in this system we call education in the state. And then if we turn to some of the duties that are the responsibility of the school board on page 308, 186:11, to the extent practical, a school district shall make curriculum course materials available to parents or legal guardians for review upon request. That's already in law. So are we talking about us as a legislative branch of government getting involved more so in the governance of local school districts, which are controlled by local elected officials? Because we may see something that is not what we think is appropriate or not working. Or is it the job of the electorate out there, the legislative body of the town, to make that choice and that decision? That's the questions I put out for us, maybe while we're discussing this. Where's it start and where's it stop? So that, yes, Representative Bohm.
Yeah, just to follow up on that and what Representative Litchfield said, remember when I was on the school board, our policy to the superintendent is, yes, you can hire him, but we have to agree with it. And we took votes on who to hire. So it's up to the school board tells the superintendent what their job is, not the superintendent telling the school. And I think that's really need to really look at and make sure that's being done. So, and yeah, another thing too, following up on what Rick said, but it's there's a lot of stuff in law already, and that's what I think we need to really look at, what's already in law and what really needs to be done.
Representative Lakes.
And I think that's the point of this. It's not to change the law as much as it is to itemize, because a lot of school board members don't know what they're supposed to be doing and don't realize that, yes, they're the ones in charge of the superintendent. I have heard that from school board members in communities. And so this lays it out and says, and a bunch of it is in law. That's the whole point. It's laying it out in an organized form that says, these are your duties. And I believe there was a question to have Christina up.
Well, let's get a couple more things out here first. I see a couple hands up first. Representative Cornell?
I think that in Manchester, when you're elected to the school board, they go to a school board orientation, and it's, they learn what the role is of all the school board members, and actually, I think the subcommittees too, and they make the decisions there of what to do. And I also think we have a school charter in Manchester, so any changes to anything that happens on our school board would have to, first, everybody would have to vote that they wanted to have a charter amendment, a charter committee, and then they'd have to put forth the changes, and then everybody votes on the charter. So I don't know that this legislation would change anything or even overrule that, but I'm not sure. But I know they all go to an orientation where they learn all of the rules.
Or they try to learn.
They try to learn. They're told.
You know,
they're told.
I think everybody in this room went through a legislative orientation. Can you remember your half-day orientation or your full-day orientation? And did it properly prepare you for the job you're doing at the table today? You learn as you go, right?
Well, this year was a surprise.
Yeah. Exactly. There's a lot of coffee and water bottles on the table. At this time, I don't see any, so maybe if we have somebody from the School Boards Association, whether it be Barrett or Becky, if there are any questions, technical questions that might be asked from us to you, I'm not asking for testimony, that you might be able to help us in responding. No, okay, could you take any technical questions? Thank you. Are there technical questions that might come from the committee for the School Boards Association? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you, Barrett. I know Manchester does go to an orientation. Is that typical of all school boards that they are, or new school board members learn things like that?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Representative. Yes, Manchester has mandatory training within their own local rules. As I believe it was Representative Woodcock asked the question when the bill was being heard about our trainings and our orientations. We do 2 statewide orientation trainings every year. We're doing them via Zoom now, usually the beginning of May. Between the 2 sessions, we get about maybe 100, 120 new school board members that tune into that. And then in addition to the 2 webinars, we do orientation. We call them our sort of orientation / roles and responsibilities trainings, where we, identify the duties and responsibilities of school boards, compare and contrast those to the duties and responsibilities of superintendents. And then hopefully if we're doing our job right, we're able to help school board members find that sort of middle ground, which is sort of best practices, if you will. In addition to the 2 webinars that we do for the orientations, we often go out and do individual trainings on roles and responsibilities to local communities, where we'll do it in person. That request is often made by either the board chair or the superintendent. Some boards have us out every year following March elections, even if they have 1 new school board member or 4 new school board members, part and parcel, they ask us to come out every year. And other school boards do it on sort of a rotating basis. And we do anywhere between, in any given year, I think I said 50 to 80 during my initial testimony. Some years it's 40, some years it's 60 that we do of those.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions? Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Christina, for taking my question. Does the School Boards Association provide professional development to school board members? And what I'm thinking about specifically is, as a classroom teacher, I had to literally take coursework in something known as how to deal with difficult people. literally, is there something like that for school board members? And, and, or is there a manual?
I'm trying not to make a joke, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, go ahead, Barrett.
Respectfully. You know my humor by now. Thank you for the question, Representative. There is no mandatory training in New Hampshire law for school board members. Some states do have mandatory training for school board members. You have to take X number of hours within your first year or 2 years of being on the board. That has come up before in this body, not in the last, I want to say, 10 or 12 years or so. So, you know, it's funny that you ask that about how to getting along with difficult people, because there are times NHSBA is called out to do a training and there may be conflict between a board member and the superintendent, or the board and the superintendent, or sometimes it's between two board members. And, you know, there are times, you know, my staff attorney and I will leave a training and it goes well, and there are times that we leave and say, you know, they need therapy, they don't need an attorney, so it, you know. So, I don't know if that answers your question, but.
A follow-up?
Yes.
In your experience, are there school boards that work well?
Most school boards, I think, work well. I mean, as I mentioned in some of my other testimony, I believe it was on this bill, you know, everybody's that have challenges, either getting along or moving through their work, absolutely. But, you know, there are 176 school boards in the state. You know, on average, if they meet twice a month, how many meetings is that? You know, the ones you hear about are the outliers, you know, the ones that are on Channel 9 or at front page of the Union Leader. Those are outliers. You never hear about the dozens and dozens and dozens of school board meetings that are running efficiently where the board's getting their work done. That doesn't make the news. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of the School Board Association for advice on technical things? Yes, Representative Hobson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Barrett, for being here today and for taking my comments and questions. First of all, I want to say I have attended some of the workshops that the School Board Association used to offer, where you would go to the hotel and you'd go into the different workshops, and I found that to be extremely helpful. I don't know if that's happening now because of COVID. It's probably not the same. But I was just wondering, many times at these hearings we hear from the School Board Association, and they're sort of on the side of the school. If parents have issues with the school board in their local community, how do you suggest they bridge the gaps?
Sure. Thank you. That's a great question, Representative. Thank you very much. And to your first part, I believe you're talking about the Kidder Law Conference that we have at the Grapponi. Yep. Yeah, we did have to do that virtually in 2021, I guess it was, but no, we're back doing those in person. So, to the second question, how can parents or the community bridge the gap if they're having challenges with their own local school board? That's a great question. I mean, I think, you know, raising your concerns initially, I think with usually the board chair is going to be your first point of contact. A letter or an email or a phone call. You know, my experience is that many, if not most, school boards have their contact information online. Some are just an email address, and you got to hope that email gets responded to. Sometimes the phone number is on there, depending on the district. I'd say call your board chair initially and say, I have a concern about this. If it's, you know, the potholes in the driveway, if it's about you know, perhaps a particular program or course of study or curriculum, or you know, you don't have a public comment period, or you're doing it at the end, we would ask that you move it to the beginning, or perhaps start with a conversation with your board chair. You know, raise your concerns at a public comment portion during the meeting, presuming your board offers that. You know, if need be, follow up with a subsequent email or letter to the full board, copying the superintendent. You know, you have to, you know, parents have to engage with school boards, and in reciprocation of that, school boards have an obligation to be responsive to the parents and their constituents. You know, talking helps. You know, yelling and screaming like what we saw at some of the meetings last summer is not helpful. But dialogue can't hurt. So I think that would be the first step. And, if your board is responsive, great. If they're not responsive, I would hope that the board would at least give reasons why. What you're asking for is contrary to either this particular law, or it's contrary to, whatever it might be. The BA says it's not possible in this year's budget. Engage with people, try and be respectful, obviously, and again, that goes both ways as well, too. I think that's the simplest way is to do it. Yelling and screaming at a school board meeting and getting belligerent at a school board meeting for your 3 minutes often doesn't help anything. But if you can have a phone call and have a cup of coffee, as I mentioned before, again, some of these hearings, these are your neighbors. Representative, I presume when you got on your school board, it was because you knew the parents and you knew the teachers and you knew the kids and they knew you in the community, so they trusted you and they wanted you to be their voice. That's why they elected you. And, so you talked to parents when you were on the school board and you engaged with parents when you were on the school board. I'm not crazy about using social media to engage with constituents just because that can turn south real quick. But, I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Litchfield?
Thank you. Can you help me just so I can direct other board members or even myself? Where exactly are things, if they are spelled out and defined exactly what the roles are of? I feel like it's very vague. And if I could just, if you'd humor me for a minute,
Sure.
with an example. So I've annually pretty much sat through your training. I very much appreciate it. And I have to say that when I've gone to your offices and you've taught, let's say on default budgets, et cetera, changes in the laws, extremely helpful. I've gone back and taught constituents, budget committee members, everything. So I want to first say thank you for that.
Thank you.
But when it comes to initially being elected, you're brought in regardless of who the superintendent is. I've been through a few where they have that talk that you handle things behind closed, right? I'm just keeping it real. I know people don't like to hear it, but no surprises. You handle things behind closed doors. Only the board chair responds to things, which is difficult, especially in a co-op, right? Because it makes it look like you're unresponsive if you don't. And these are all things that I'm sure that you've heard about before. So for me personally, I just want to know, where can I look? If I had $1 for every time I have heard you just work, you just do my review, or I just work for you, whatever, but you have no say over any administrators or what they're doing or knowing what's going on. If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I could take you guys to a sweet lunch right now.
Sure.
So I just want to understand, where can I get that information? So I stop asking you every time you sit in that seat.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Most of the statutes and the RSAs and 189 are going to be pretty broad and vague. I don't want to say vague, but pretty broad. You're not going to find a list of school boards do this, A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. And you're not going to find a list that says superintendents do this, A, B, C, D. The more directive, I think the first place to look would be the Department of Education rules in the 300 series. 302 is the duties and responsibilities of the superintendent. There's 302.01 and 302.02. ED 303.01 is roles and responsibilities, or duties and responsibilities of school boards. Okay. Also look at the Department of Education Rule 306, the minimum standards. The beginning aspect of that, and you know this, Representative, because you've been to our trainings and you were always the A+ student at each of those. We talk about all the policies that are required by law, and we talk about policy work being, the first aspect of good school board governance. That's because the minimum standards, ED 306.04, talk about the school board shall adopt the following policies, and there's a list of 25 policies that are required by law. And if you were to go to 306 and do a word search of board, you're going to get 500 hits, so just be mindful of that. It will say the board shall develop a plan, the board shall develop a policy, if you will. So, so you're not going to find a comprehensive list of boards do this, administrators do this. We also have to be mindful that we have RSA 194 C:4. Duties and responsibilities of superintendents. We've got the DOE rules that I've talked about. We also have a provision in the statute. And again, that's probably got 20 paragraphs, A through Q or R, that talks about the superintendent is responsible for payroll, cash flow, payroll, management of federal grants, duty and supervision of employees and students, and a whole list of things that are within the duty of the responsibility of the superintendent. One of the reasons NHSBA advocates so strongly that policy work is the basis of good governance is because by policy work, you are directing your superintendent how you want him or her to do the job and in what manner you want them to do the job. Because no law is going to be complete. No Department of Education. Here's the way I look at it. We have statutes, right? We have the RSAs. The minimum standards in the Department of Education rules fill in a lot of gaps for the statutes. They help clarify, right? But then your local policies then help implementation of those Department of Education rules at the local level. And to some degree, that's where one of the last vestiges of local control is through those school board policies, where the Department of Education may have a rule that says, school boards, you have to adopt a policy on homework. This is just one example. It doesn't say what that policy has to include. So local boards are then free to determine, is their homework policy going to count towards grades? How much is going to be given every night? Are there guidelines? 10 minutes per classroom or per grade level is sort of, I think, a standard that educators use from time to time. So, there isn't going to be a comprehensive list representative about, again, as I said, about whose territory this is and whose territory this is. To some degree, some of these Department of Education rules and the 194C4, there's some level of contradiction from time to time, within the statutes and within the rules. So policy can help clarify that, but, nothing can help better than, I think, positive board superintendent relationships, ascertaining how things are going to get done, what things are going to get done, how the board wants to see them done. I mean, if you look at some of those Department of Education rules and the statutes relative to the superintendent's duties, it talks about the superintendent is responsible for evaluating staff. So to some degree, that's not a board's issue. If there's a problem in the second grade classroom and you're getting those calls from your constituents, the board has, one, as an individual board member, you have no legal authority to do anything. You understand that. But two, the board doesn't have any legal authority to do that either. The recommendation to hire or to non-renew has to come from the superintendent. I mean, that's not me. That's not NHSBA saying that. That's what the statute says. And it seems to have worked that way for a number of years. Superintendent nominates, right, and the board elects. You know that language. So that's if the parent is upset with something, is it pertinent for them to contact the board and let the board know of the complaints? Well, yeah, so the board has an idea of what's going on, but that doesn't mean the board has any legal authority to resolve the issue. You've got to talk to the teacher. You've got to talk to the principal. You've got to talk to the superintendent. And are you going to go into a non-public session with one parent to talk about their particular issue? Maybe, maybe not. But if you want to do that to let them have their say, you can. But if you're doing that to potentially resolve an issue, again, you don't have any, meaning the board doesn't have any authority to do that. It's just, that's the way the law is set up. And, unfortunately, sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes the answer's got to be no. So that was a long way to get to your question, Representative. I hope I answered it. I hope I provided some info.
You gave me an aha moment, so I want to say thank you for that. We're giving away our power through policy.
You can.
At times. Not always.
That would be your board's decision.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just a point of clarification, which I think supports where you are. A select board's in the same domain. The town manager hires and fires. It's not the select board. And unless you have a town administrator, which have different capacities and different roles from each other. So it's not too different than what we see on the municipal side as well.
Sure. I'm sorry, Representative Legg, could I follow up just to
Sure, go
Representative
ahead.
Litchfield's last
Yeah.
comment? You said that boards are ceding their power and authority via policy. That may be one way of looking at it. I'm aware of one school board that felt that the board should be in charge of everything and that the superintendent should be subservient. Went through sample policies, or not sample policies, their policies, their school board's policies. Everywhere in a policy where it says the superintendent shall, they struck that out and wrote the board. So the board was involved, to some point where it became unmanageable. I won't say how many school board members there were because that may give away what board, but that board would have been working 24/7, quote unquote, managing the school district, which is not the board's responsibility. So, and there's got to be a balance in there. I recognize that, and that balance is going to be community to community. Thank you.
Representative Bohm, did you have a question?
Yeah, I've always had this concern, even when I was on the school board later, about the school board also having judicial responsibility, which means the school board can't know
That's right.
what is going on in a lot of cases because they might have to act as a judge
Yep.
for a situation, which I always found to be a problem.
Yeah.
Because you know what's going on, especially in small school districts.
Right.
Yet you can't do anything about it
Right.
because you gotta, I mean, my concern was maybe something better than something like the selectmen do is have you appoint former members
Yeah.
to act as a judiciary. I mean, what's your take on that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I just so the non-school board members that are on this committee, from time to time, a school board has to serve as an adjudicative body where you have a student hearing or a staff hearing where you're impacting somebody's rights. You're either suspending a kid from school or firing a teacher or terminating a teacher or non-renewing a teacher. So the board is serving as judge and jury, if you will, and there's a hearing. The teacher or the student is there, almost the defendant, if you will, and they've got their attorney, and the superintendent and the principal are sitting there as the prosecutor with their attorney, and then the board is sitting up as a judge with their attorney. If you got 3 attorneys in the room, you probably should have done some things to not get to that point in the first place. And exactly, which is another reason that we have to caution our members about. You got to be mindful when you're taking these complaints and these concerns from these parents because they may be biasing you or prejudicing you, and if it's something that may get to a hearing, you've got to serve as judge and jury. Excuse me. You've got to be mindful that you don't bias yourself. And I've never run into it myself, but I know some of my colleagues that represent school districts have run into that time and time where the board members have posted something on Facebook where they were clearly biased and prejudiced, and they had to run around town trying to find. I think they found a couple former board members. I think they found an attorney in town, but it was a pain in the butt. It was difficult. So yeah, I mean, do we create some sort of tribunal, that's not associated with the district to hear this sort of things? I don't know. But and the smaller the district, the harder it is because you know the kids and you know the families and you know the teachers, and that's why you ran for school board, because you know the kids, because you know the parents and you know the teachers, right? Right, Representative? That's why you run for school board. I know how this works.
Representative Lake, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Given the, I'm not sure what the right word, acrimony maybe, that we've seen in some school districts, and do you think that having something like this would help preemptively diffuse that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I mean, I haven't contemplated in that angle. I believe when the bill was first being heard, I think Representative Bohm asked something similar. Wouldn't this help us develop the policies and the trainings? And again, I think it was Representative Litchfield asked, even though we opposed the bill, was there anything in here that we did support? And I think I went through and I highlighted a couple that we didn't necessarily have specific objections to. So, as I think my previous testimony, indicated, school boards are already doing a lot of these things, and we have policies, on all of these things. Could there be better methods of perhaps broadcasting that to parents and the public that we have a policy on community engagement? Fine, that may be a legitimate concern within a particular community. So, again, specifically that angle, I hadn't considered, Representative, but it's a good question.
And then a follow-up?
Yes.
And you're working with just your member districts, right?
By and large, yes. I mean, we have most school boards in the state, and we don't work, we work with, we have 161 members that are members of the NHSBA, New Hampshire School Boards Association. We work with them, and we also work very closely with superintendents as well, too.
Okay, because I was thinking about how this might help the other school boards.
Yeah, well, the ones that are not members of NHSBA are typically either districts that do not have schools. There are some small schools up in the mountains, or districts in the mountains that they don't have a facility. They got 20 kids, so they put them on a bus and ship them over the mountain, right? And then some of the other really small, like a K through 2, K through 3, where the school board meets once a month, and it's, again, maybe 15, 20 kids in the district. So I guess they don't feel the need to utilize our services, which is understandable.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Are there any other technical type questions we may have? I don't see any hands, and I really appreciate your coming forward and helping.
My pleasure. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Mr. Chair. And thank you all.
So we have a motion on the floor, and the motion is to interim study this bill. Is there any further discussion on that? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Bill number 1137, relative to the duty of school boards to provide education. And the motion is interim study. Representative Cordelli.
No.
Representative Litchfield is no. Representative Bohm. Oops. Representative Lakis.
No.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
No.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
No.
Representative Nelson. No. Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison. Yes. Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock. Yes. Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the interim study motion carries 12-6.
Okay, is there a minority report from?
I'll get back to you before we leave.
Okay, before we leave, okay. Thank you very much. We will move on now to the next bill on the docket for today. If I can find my location here, jumping down to, I think 1381 was the next bill, which we had relative to student school board members, 1381. This bill allows for at least one student member on the school board from each public high school in the district. For those people who are wondering what the bill is all about, I'm looking for a motion from Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I'd like to move ITL.
Is there a second?
I'll second Representative Cordelli's motion.
Representative Cordelli, do you have any discussion?
Just that I don't think this is necessary. Local boards can have student representatives or not. I just don't see the need for this legislation.
And Representative Moffett?
What Representative Cordelli said.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I would disagree with the other two gentlemen who just previously spoke. Having served on a school board for 20 years, I found it very effective to have the student voice right there, particularly with questions about what's going on in the schools. I understand it's not a voting delegate, but rather they're just there to provide input and that recognition that students are the clients here. They are the people who are servicing, and to have their input in a school board meeting, particularly people who may not have been in the school for 20 or 30 years, I think it's very, very critical. So I think it's making a mistake not allowing this access to have young men and women at a high school level. These are young adults. What a great opportunity for leadership for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Cordelli?
Yes, I just add that this is making it mandatory to have a student member, but also specifying the number of student representatives because it requires one from each high school, at least.
Further discussion? Representative Luno?
Thanks very much. And I think maybe a couple of years ago I may have introduced a bill similar to this or along the same lines as this. I served on a school board for 12 years. Every one of those years we had at least one, usually two, high school students as student members of the board, non-voting. Certainly follows along the lines of this, and really I agree with what Representative Woodcock was saying in terms of a leadership opportunity, but also what an education in civics to be on a governance board and play a role in governance, working with the administration and then working with the legislative body at school district meetings. And it's just a wonderful opportunity, and I think every high school should provide that opportunity to their students. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Lakis?
I think students see some parts of schools and experience some parts of schools that maybe others aren't seeing or aren't as aware of, and having that student perspective just as a bringing up issues. And I have heard stories from some people who were this position in their town and they brought up things to the school board had no idea, and which needed to be addressed. And boy, would I have liked to have been able to do something like this when I was in my high school, because there were a number of us students who saw things, and we were just students and nobody paid any attention to us. But I think it would have saved a lot of grief on a bunch of students had we been able to have a voice, at least to be heard about some of the things that we saw. Thank you.
Representative Bohm?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to bring up, back when the first year I was on the House Education Committee, the first bill I brought up on this committee was to allow more than one member of the school board, because we were having two members and found that it was illegal. But you can't have two. But anyway, so that was my first bill. And I think it's a great idea. And if some school board does not have it, they're missing a lot. But one per school, high school, I think that might be a lot. Best like in Manchester, 5? And they rotate. Yeah, it's nice to find out what's actually going on in the school. But I think the current law is really sufficient. And for example, when I did my YRBS thing, when the principal came in with the disastrous results, and I mentioned to him, no, the kids all took this as a joke, and the school board, the student representative, agreed with me. So yes, you need that It'd be nice, but you can't do it. We have a private thing with your school board. We have to find out what's really going on in the school, but you can't do that. But yeah, I think it's definitely needed, but I think the current law is sufficient. Thank you.
Representative Porter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the joys of my time serving in the legislature were the years that I was the legislative co-chair of the New Hampshire Legislative Youth Advisory Council. They're a group of young people who are appointed to advise the legislature on issues that are important to young people in the state. And I'm very proud of the work that they have done in the past, and I'm very proud of them this term too, although I'm no longer heading them up. But I do have here a list of bills that they have been meeting and discussing and deciding what position they would like to take. And one of them is this bill. I want you to know that they have a subcommittee or an interest group that works on education issues, and that group has recommended that this bill ought to pass. So I want you to know that from them that that's where they stand on this issue, and they're really special kids. They're good. It's good organization. Thank you.
Representative Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think they should be on it. I have a question. How does confidentiality fit into this if something comes up to the school board? Do they get to vote?
They don't vote.
Okay. And I,
Yeah, one of the questions I have, Representative Moffitt in a second, please. I have is the legislation states that we have on the books right now may choose by a simple majority to add one or more. So currently, you can have one representative from each high school if that's individual board so deems it necessary. So I'm trying to determine in my own mind here, how has this really changed what we're capable of doing right now? Representative Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I agree with the sentiments that several of you said about the nice thing about having involvement, civic involvement by students. I get that and I understand that. My little concern of this, a couple of them, would they, as members of the school board, would they be expected or allowed to attend or not attend non-public sessions? So that would probably be a local call on that, probably not. But beyond that, a hallmark of how we do business in New Hampshire is school board local control. So here's a bill philosophically that where we have the state coming in and saying you shall have a student. I think it's great that they do, and they should. Just the notion of the state saying you shall have at least one student, that's just something that was, bothered me just a little bit. Which is why I seconded the motion.
Further discussion, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Just very brief. Thank you, Chairman Ladd. 194-223 tells you exactly what the school youngsters can and can't do. And Section 5 deals with Representative Nelson's question. What it is now is enabling. It's enabling legislation. They have laid out, whoever wrote this, it could have been Representative Baum's group way back then. But in either case, it tells you exactly what they do, and they're good at it. This just says it gives the opportunity, because some schools don't want them, don't have them, don't know they should. It's just a powerful piece to have in your schools, to have a youngster there who's in the high school, as Representative Lincoln said, who knows what's going on, and is the conduit from the high school students to the board. And it provides another opportunity for their input. Thank you.
Representative?
Yeah, it's been my experience in Wyndham that if kids have grievances, they come in and testify themselves. So that's all I got to say.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you. If I could throw this out to all of you that have spoken up on this or have a thought. Here's my concern. My concern is just as an elected official and as a board member, whenever I've spoken up about something that's not very popular, I get the email the next day that says, come into my office or call me as an adult board member. So my concern is we're talking about, let's say, students, and I respect what you're saying, I don't disagree, but students will bring things to light. I worry for those students, especially in any district or the larger district, but if they're bringing things to light that may not be comfortable for all involved. How is that for the students that night or the next day when it comes to the board, when it comes to the staff members, when it comes to the other students and parents in the district? I worry for them, I guess is my point. And they can already do this anyway, but I just want you to know this is where my thought process is coming from if we mandate it.
Further questions, Representative Lekis, and then Representative Cornell.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that in that if students have these concerns and try to bring them to a board and are just ignored because they're just students and have to see and feel the consequences of that, that is also disturbing and troubling.
Representative Cornell.
Well, in Manchester, we do have the 4 high schools, and there are student representatives now from it. And I don't see it as airing grievances or bringing bad things forward to the committee. As I think I said when this bill first came up, one student who's a representative rewrote the school dress code, which I think hadn't been done since the 80s. So it was time to redo, and now it reflects, what students within reason, and they were very responsible about writing this. I mean, nothing inappropriate is in it. So I see it as a positive thing. And when I've watched and seen what they've reported, they talk about what's going on in their schools, things they legitimately have concerns about. They report good things, and they add to the discussion, and they're there to answer questions if the school board is discussing something and they want to find out something. So I think this is a great idea.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Tanner.
I was just wondering if we could ask Mr. Christina if he had any idea how many school boards in the state of New Hampshire actually have student representation on it?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't know. It's not something we track.
Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to Representative Tanner's question, it was with great surprise that I discovered as a result of the legislative hearing on this bill that my school district does not have any student representation on the school board. So in looking and digging into the statutes, I think some of the confusion comes between 189(1)(c) and 194(23)(f), because there are mays in 189(1)(c) and shalls in 194(23)(f. But the bottom line is that, I think the student voice is inherently important in every school district. Regardless of whether or not we're happy with the message they're delivering, we need to listen to what they have to say and to make room for them at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the bill? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, this is House Bill 1381, relative to student school board members. The motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm? Representative Lakis?
No.
Representative Moffett?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
No.
Representative Sodi?
Yes.
Representative Nelson?
No.
Representative Luno?
No.
Representative Waltz?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Ellison? No. Representative Mullen?
No.
Representative Woodcock? No. Representative Porter? No. Representative Hall?
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL carries 12. Just kidding, it doesn't. I'm sorry, just kidding. There were 7 yeas and 12 nays. So the motion fails.
Is there another motion? Representative Lakis.
I'd like a motion to OTP, please.
We have a motion on the table to OTP the bill from Representative Lakis and second from Representative Woodcock. Representative Lakis?
I think you've pretty much heard my arguments.
Representative Woodcock,
Thank you for the opportunity for the students.
further discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Representative Hall?
I just asked a question. So what if the school board, it says they must have one, if they put it out there and ask for one, so what would happen if a student didn't come forward?
Representative Mullen?
I think I have the answer to that. In 194, it says that the school must select one or more. So I think the responsibility goes back to the high school or whatever school it is that is selecting the student.
Great, thanks.
But within the school, there's also the student government or the student council, which you're going to have to replace somebody that leaves at, mid-year or is already graduated, something such as that. So it does imply that, at least state to me, that you would have to have a student government of some kind in that high school.
Or student elections for the position. And we have in Conway, they have open elections. So it's not, there hasn't been an issue of students wanting to get there. They all like the opportunity.
And I would think that most of them have student councils too, but, you may not, who knows? Okay, we got a motion on the table, Madam Clerk, is there anything, nothing else?
So the motion on the table is ought to pass regarding Bill 1381 relative to student school board members. Representative Cordelli.
No.
Representative Litchfield is no. Representative Bohm. Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
No.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
No.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Waltz.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
Okay. So the ought to pass passes 14-4.
Who made the motion?
Lakis. Seconded by Woodcock.
There will be a minority report.
Chairman?
Yes?
Mr. Chairman, I think 14-4 is 18 people, and I thought we had 19 members. Oh.
You're right, but you've been gone for a couple hours.
What's the
You're
final,
so right.
what's the final vote?
14-5.
14-5, thank you.
She's so right, yes. Is this questionable to go on consent, or does it go on?
No,
consent?
that will not go on consent, and there will be a minority report.
And that is by,
Put my name down. Okay, make sure we're going in the order we should be here. See, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bills to go. Okay, we have 5 bills to go, and in order to get these done today, we're going to have to scoot along. I'm going to be out of here, so it's definitely over at 3:30. I've got another meeting that just came, and it's starting at 2:30 in finance. So we'll do what we can do. Yeah, okay. 1434, relative to the availability of schools' curriculum materials. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll call upon Chairman Ladd for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Is there a second? It's okay, you don't have to fight over the second. Yeah.
And I'd like to make a recommendation, a motion to approve Amendment 0803H. I think this was passed out the other day. There's more of them right here. But at one point in time, they were. Yeah, some of them have gone around. They've been on the table for quite a while.
Would, is there discussion, Mr. Chairman? Discussion?
Yeah, I will when they get this.
Okay. Does everyone have a? Yep, it's coming. All set to proceed with discussion? Great. Chairman Ladd.
Okay, was there a second on the, yeah, okay, thank you. The amendment which I'm putting forth changes the statutory number on the bill from 18910A, which was in the bill as stated. That comes under an area in legislation called studies, which we're kind of using that for things like health and physical education, et cetera. I think it rather belongs under school board duties under 189:1A, which is specifically titled Duties to Provide Education. And what this amendment does, upon a request of a parent, a guardian, or a member of the public, the school board shall, within 10 business days, provide adopted curriculum and instructional goals used for providing students learning experiences regarding the knowledge and skills taught in grade level course or in program at each school operated and governed in the district. The added language there to 189:1, there's various terminology in there that replicates what was already in law, which speaks to instructional goals as responsibility of the school boards, and it also talks about the govern in its district, which we talk about down below. Let's see, and on line 7, it also says each school operated and governed in its district. And so the language which is placed in the amending language is already in 189, but this specifically says that if a parent requests it, it's available to them, it should be available to them within 10 business days of the request. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Cornell.
Well, it's a question. So this takes out the part of that it's accessible on the website and that there's a physical copy available?
Everything that's in the original bill is out
Gone?
except this blackened area that you see in the amendment.
So how, further?
Yes.
How would it be made available? You can say it's on the website, go to this link, and that's enough?
It's available upon request, so it does not have to be posted on the website. It could be in the principal's office, it could be located in the library. A parent would come in and have access to, or the school district office. It doesn't say anything about having to post it or make copies or anything of that sort.
Thank you.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick, just a question on language or interpretation of language, lines 10 and 11, specifically adopted curriculum and instructional goals. I'm trying to, in my own mind, figure out whether adopted curriculum is one category and instructional goals is a second category, or are those two things tied together? And I would only raise the question in terms of if it's a book that a parent objects to, are we talking about part of the curriculum? The book is part of the curriculum, so therefore it comes under this piece of legislation, or a more general adopted curriculum instructional goals, which would not include that sort of question?
The definition which we have for the word curriculum, if you look in statute, and I'm reading it from its inadequacy in the content of adequacy. It says curriculum means the lessons and academic content taught in school or in a specific course or program.
Okay.
So we're talking about that academic content, i.e. the knowledge and skills which are taught, but this is specific of the approved stuff by the board. Or it's not approved, adopted.
Thank you.
So,
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So to the, looking at this paragraph that's being amended here, it appears to be all about instruction. Establishing the structure, accountability, advocacy, and delivery of instruction. And that's what the school board shall be responsible for, establishing the structure, accountability, advocacy, and delivery of instruction. And then it goes down through that diverse educational approaches, instructional policies that establish instructional goals. And so in the bold, you're referencing, and this sort of goes to what Representative Ellison was I think, inquiring about. You're referencing two things. You're referencing adopted curriculum, and you're referencing instructional goals. But this paragraph only talks about instructional goals being established by the board. And I could certainly understand that those instructional goals, having been established in Roman II, should be made available to parents upon request. But the adopted curriculum in the bold here doesn't tie into anything that's in Roman II. However, it does tie into 186:11 Roman 9C, which and this is on page 308 of the yellow annotated, the RSAs. Sort of a third of the way down the left-hand column. So 186:11 Roman, what did I say? Roman 9C. Quote, to the extent practicable, a school district shall make curriculum. So now we're talking about curriculum. Make curriculum course materials available to parents or legal guardians for review upon request. The name of the parent or guardian or legal guardian and any specific reasons disclosed to school officials for the objection of the material shall not be public information and shall be excluded from access under RSA 91A. So I guess I would suggest that maybe the adopted curriculum part is already being provided for in existing law. The instructional goals, I think, is a good catch and has not been addressed as sort of like that it can be requested and the district shall provide. So
what I'm trying to do is that within the adopted rules for this state, if you were to look at Ed 306.14, which deals with the local school board shall require that each school has an instructional program which includes the following. If you go down to item number 4, it says instructional materials and resources matched to the appropriate skill levels of students. And a lot of this that we have that folks are looking at, I'm trying to write this in such a way that it's providing to the person requesting the information which is available and the school board should have available, or the school district or the school. And right now, according to rule, we should all have instructional materials and resources that match the outcomes or the student learning that we're working towards. There's got to be some material in these schools, instructional goals, instructional resources, instructional materials, because, you write down, I don't want to get in a laundry list of things. I don't want to get into writing down the textbooks, and then we get all those textbooks down there, and we're putting them on the web. And let's say getting into the materials used in your preschool program or your kindergarten program, where you're getting all, or the Mortensen math blocks for teaching mathematics, which are all you can't do that. And we shouldn't have to do that. But there should be some curriculum outlines or instructional goals, materials, resources available so a parent can come in and see, oh, that's what's being taught my child at this particular grade level, or in this course, or in this program, which is a combination of courses. That's the intent of this. The intent is to get away from all the laundry list, to get away from the education alphabet soup, and to just make it plain and easily understood. And there may be some room for interpretation. I don't mind that. What I think we need to do is just be open and have the materials which we're using available. I in no way am expecting to have lesson plans read and reviewed by the parent. That's the only one that should be overseeing that is the building principal or the supervising teacher. So that's where it stops. So what I'm trying to do is get something in here which kind of responds to what some of the parents are requested, but it's something that I think is being done. I think the stuff is available. The first step is you have to come talk to the teacher. I'm sure you'll get it immediately, or then you talk to the principal, whomever, and you'll be directed in the right direction. So that's what I'm trying to accomplish in this bill.
And Mr. Chair, I'm on board with what you just said, and specifically where you just said that the curriculum is available and may be requested by a parent and shall be provided by the school district, because it's right there in 18611. What isn't, and I'm saying it's a good catch here, is that as school boards also establish instructional goals, that school boards establish the instructional goals, and those instructional goals may be requested and shall be provided. And I would say this amendment, so as not to duplicate what's already in 8611, and so that it focus on the purpose of Roman 2 in the amendment, which is instruction, and the school boards establishing instructional goals, that the bold focus on making the instructional goals available within the 10-day window.
What about instructional materials and resources that's spoken in Ed 306? You're not going to find it there.
Well, you're not finding it here either. So
I'm saying, don't the parents want to know that what you're using as far as, so I can also have, right now the textbooks are not going home in my district. We don't have textbooks anymore. And wouldn't it be nice for a parent to have something they can themselves update themselves on how to teach this particular lesson, or provide some information for the child?
And I think you were saying that that's already available, and I think it is available in 18611.
18611.
On page, Roman 9, page 308,
Okay.
about a third of the way down the left-hand column.
Okay. I trust you.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's the one where, I read earlier today.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I had it at my fingertips, because I
Okay.
wrote down
So basically what this is, that says when practical, and they will be made available.
It says to the extent practicable.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very important piece too, because that means if it's available electronically, then it may be provided electronically. If it's available in print, then it may be provided in print.
Yeah,
Representative Hobson?
I kind of like the word review, and you're able to come in, you can look at the stuff. I don't know how you're ever going to get this all in online.
Well, if it's already.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
You
no.
can't do it.
That's
And it's
why-
constantly changing.
That's why to the extent practical is an important,
Okay.
and it's in
Representative-
existing statute.
Representative Hobson?
Thank you. I don't know which one of you is chairing this at this point. Thank you for taking my question. I have a couple of questions. First one is, the three of you senior veterans are going through the RSAs very quickly, and I'm a little confused as to which RSAs you're talking about. I've heard school districts mentioned shall provide, and this particular amendment references school boards. So that is my first question. Which, if all?
I think that the most recent discussion was in relation to 186 Roman 9C on page 308, I believe.
Yeah, correct. And that's school district. And the amendment here is school board. And Attorney Fenton might be able to clarify this, but I think school board and school district are almost used interchangeably throughout the statutes.
Do you have a follow-up question?
I have a follow-up. So as a prior school board member, I don't know that I was ever, I probably had the ability to request curriculum, but it was not available at my fingertips, which, and I don't know that it should be. I'm not saying that. But if it's a duty, and the other
Right,
follow-up.
but it's a duty because the school board's the governing body.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that the school board member would actually be providing the curriculum, but the governing body has the responsible for making sure that that the district provides it. So it would come through the administration.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't come through.
So this is kind of a follow-up. Did you want to ask? When practicable, to me, that seems to be an interpretive question. So, and I maybe, this is just me as a school board member, parent type of a
Representative Luno, do you
perspective.
have a
Right,
response?
right, yeah, it doesn't say when practicable. It says to the extent practicable. And that's an important distinction because it means, is it available this way? Is it available this way? Is it available that you come in and review it in a classroom because they only have one textbook left or something like that? That's what that means.
Would you interpret that, your comment to the extent practical, if they have it available in hard copy form, a parent coming in and wishing it in electronic form, it would not be to the extent practical to then convert it to electronic format?
Yeah, I think that's a fair interpretation of that, especially if it's a 400-page textbook or something like that. If it's a 12-page, I don't know, yeah, course outline or something like that, sure, scan it in. It's probably on a Word document somewhere. So, I mean, yeah.
Further questions? Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I think a lot of this is in course of studies. I mean, and I read this, and as a teacher, a former teacher, I have no idea what I would have to provide. I mean, I really don't. The courses that I taught didn't have textbooks, and most courses don't anymore because textbooks are out of sight expensive, number one, and within a couple of years they're outdated. And so long ago the schools decided that was a good way to save money, and so a lot of course material is online. But I just turned to Kearsarge's program of study and looked up personal finance, which is one of the things that we kind of push them to do. And it says this semester-long course is designed to introduce students to basic personal financial skills. Students will learn about investing, managing their money, credit, buying a home, vehicle, risk management, and consumer rights. To me, that is their instructional goals. Students will learn the use of checking and savings accounts and become knowledgeable in the process of planning for retirement. To me, I've met that's what I would think that a parent would want to see. Now, I don't know, it almost seems like when you say for providing students learning experiences, we're digging into what happens in the classroom, which is instruction. And I think we've talked about this before, but teaching is an art. It isn't something that maybe as a student teacher or a first or second year teacher, you've got everything mapped out. You might even map it out by time blocks. Because you're learning as you're going, what goes over, what doesn't, you know, how to work with kids. You're learning a lot of things as you're doing it. As you get more experienced, you know, you're able to flip a instruction on a dime because you realize right away that you need to take a different avenue. And, you know, we have competencies that are kind of what the expected knowledge and skills are at grade level in each area. I think every school has competencies. We now have these things called rubrics, which are the ways students get to the competencies. And those are, you know, right out there for the students. They're given to the students so the students know what they have to accomplish. I'm not sure what it is in elementary school. I'm assuming middle school is pretty close to high school on a lot of these things. But again, you know, I realize what you're trying to do, but as a teacher, I'm not sure what I would have to provide, and that's why I have difficulty with this.
Yeah, I think my recollection from the introduction by the chair is that instructional goals is referred to in line 8. And I think that that's where the chair was coming from in his drafting here. Are there further comments? Representative Lakis?
Yeah, the thing I like about this that I objected to on all the other ones when they're talking about making curriculum, et cetera, available to parents is that the other ones all had you do it beforehand. And as Rep. Tanner was saying, as a teacher, you switch on a dime. You know, you're planning, you're changing and all of that stuff. But this doesn't have to do it beforehand. It has to do it within 10 business days after they request. So in my mind, this is what I am doing, what I have done. And so all those things you said, most of them are online, and it would be easy for me as a teacher to send those off because I've done them already. They're already there. I'm not saying what I will be doing in the future other than my goals, right? My instructional goals. But as far as the other stuff, it doesn't seem to be asking, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but that was what I like because it's not saying 10 days in advance I have to tell all the things I'm going to do, which the others did. It just seems to be saying I have to let them know what I'm doing. And so I'm doing it so I can put in what I'm doing, right? The things I've just done. And if I didn't give a parent enough, I'm sure they're going to say, you know, I was really looking more for this, and then I can accommodate them. But that's why I'm supporting this one. I didn't support any of the other ones.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Mullen?
Thank you, Representative Cordelli. I just have a question. So I'm looking at the third grade mathematics curriculum map that's on our school district website. It starts off with a paragraph about, in grade 3, students continue to work on numeration, geometry, measurement, and problem solving, blah, 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 student multiplication, division, graphing. Okay, so there's a paragraph narrative about what the kids are going to do during the year. And then underneath that are the course standards. And that says, by the end of the school year, a student should be able to. And then it says, operations and algebraic thinking, and it lists what they should do. Numbers and operations in base 10, fractions, measurement, data, and there are instructional points there. Would that cover what it is that is being asked for in the bill if there was a narrative about what the kids would do during the year and then course standards listed out?
I think you just identified the instructional goals that are for the third grade.
Right.
That's what we would like to have communicated to the parent, you know, via this method here. If the parent can review that somewhere, then say, okay, now I'm going to go down the hallway and talk to Mrs. Taylor here
And find out how she's teaching fractions.
Well, not necessarily how, but how little Johnny's doing.
Oh, yeah.
And to follow that up and say, where my problem has been when I've been an elementary principal, parents would get really torqued off by the end of the 4th grade. Kids still didn't know their multiplication tables.
Right.
And that was a commonly known fact that by the time you leave fourth grade, you should know those times tables and be able to do some long division. And so they'd come in and say, okay, what are the expectations, the established goals for mathematics at the fourth grade? And we would let them know by Christmas time, we expect them to have this stuff because we got to get under other things, various principles of relationships between numbers, associative, cumulative principles and all that. So,
But I'm
I
correct.
think you're right.
I'm
You're
correct
You're
that they don't need to have the titles of the worksheet that they're using.
No, no,
or-
no. And, you know, as a teacher, I'd follow up and say, okay, what kind of materials can I use at home to help my child? Some of that to help. And I'm sure the teacher would say, anything you can do will help. But you're right. You're right in saying I agree.
Any further? Representative Hall.
Yes, thank you. Now I'm more confused than I was when we started. Is the onus on this going to be mostly the SAU, the school board, or whatever? Is it going to be on the individual teacher? Is this really about the teacher providing the materials they're using, or is this really about, as Representative Mullen put, you've got the curriculum is up online, your competencies are up online? I mean, how involved are the individual teachers going to be in this bill? Is this about individual teachers, or is it about the SAU? Is it about the school board? Even though it says school board, what are we talking about?
Right, I don't think it's necessarily the teacher. Upon request, the school board shall have available. So, it would be in the school administrative office or the district office, this material, I would expect, or online.
That's what I thought to start with, but then it sounded like it was getting to be more of a teacher thing.
Representative Luno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, following on what Representative Hall just asked about, what does this all mean? I think looking at the existing paragraph Roman 2, where a school board shall establish instructional policies that establish instructional goals based upon available information about the knowledge and skills pupils will need in the future. That I think has a grounded definition because it talks about the knowledge and skills pupils will need in the future. So instructional goals for the knowledge and skills that students would need in the future. But then in the bold section, the instructional goals used for providing students learning experiences. So if we try to sort of tie that back to what the instructional goals are, I don't see how the bold doesn't work for me. It sounds, what's a term we've used before, gobbledygook? It just sounds a little
thank you.
mixed up. No, well, Rick, I know you've been doing a lot of driving at a lot of late nights. So,
and I just had a call from the Commissioner of Agriculture, and I got to meet with him in another half hour for the trustee meeting. It starts up in another hour. So if there's potential for working on this amendment, I'm open to doing that, so we can just move on.
Let's do that.
And come back to this, if we can come back with something that, that we're all recognizing that, I think there should be some kind of a statement saying, yeah, parent, we support providing you materials, educational goals that lead to the desired outcomes or that are the outcomes. So I'm all for that, but let's work on it and bring it back and get something. We could sit here talking over education ease here for a long time. And that's where we've been in past years, the difference between standards. We had educational standards, academic standards, instructional standards, and, we tried to get it down so we just have academic standards because it's impossible trying to follow the thinking of past legislators or even present legislators. So,
Mr. Chairman, did you have to leave it now or 3 o'clock?
no, I got to have a meeting at least by a quarter after the hour with Speaker Jasper or Commissioner Jasper before I go into a meeting with this speaker and other trustees at 3:30.
So we could try to take up another bill?
Oh, yeah, I would like to if we could. So maybe what we ought to do is just put this one on hold. We'll bring it up. There was a motion on the table. We just bring it up with the same motion and go from there. And I will withdraw this amendment at this time, and so that we can bring forward another amendment for the bill. Okay. Okay. 1605, requiring SAUs to maintain a report on the 5-year projection of future enrollments. Representative Hobson, recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we OTP 1605.
Representative Lakis?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Representative Hobson, are you making the motion? Would you like to discuss it at all?
Sure, I'll discuss it at all. This information is constantly being assessed, whether through regional planning commissions, projections that the school makes themselves. Private businesses make these projections regularly, and I believe districts are already doing this. I think it would be good business practice, and for this reason, I am putting forward the motion of OTP.
Further discussion?
She said it.
Representative Bohm?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I remember when I was a selectman, we always got this information from the Regional Planning Commission. So the data is there, so let's just put it out to the public.
Is there any reason why the data that you have there at that time might not be relevant 3 years down the road?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the purpose of the data? Maybe I shouldn't ask these questions.
Mr. Chair, I believe you were instrumental in the motion making.
I was?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I had vote your conscience.
That's not an option.
Miss-
Representative Porter.
Don't they already do this?
Pardon me?
Isn't this already done? It isn't done?
You should not talk about the 5-year projection.
Yeah, I'm talking about the 5-year projection. Don't they, I mean, I remember being on the school board and
No,
having people
Marjorie.
tell me, we're looking forward to this many people in the next 5 years or whatever.
So I think 1605 goes beyond that. Every district, I think, on the last page of the school district annual report has enrollment projections. But to Representative Ladd's question, what are you going to do with the data? Well, the bill answers that question on lines 13 and 14.
I see that.
To hold each school district's cost per student growth within current annual inflation rate. And isn't that a school board question? And how can we, sitting around this table, predict what the needs of any specific school district are? The bill is also not specific about how cost per student is calculated, whether that includes debt service, whether that includes any other use of reserve funds, capital reserve funds that might be used to replace a roof. Does that then come out of curriculum? If you save $500,000 to replace a roof, and your enrollment's also gone down by 1%, does that $500,000 plus 1% come out of curriculum, teacher reductions? Maybe you saved that $500,000 because you knew you were going to have to replace that roof after 20 years. But that's a local decision. I don't see how we can be making that around this table.
Vote your conscience. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I was looking back at the notes from the hearing on 1605, and it made reference to that point, and the point in line 9, to tip the way the calculation is made. And secondly, I wonder with the cost of the school district's option, we have school districts in this state that are at the minimal level, barely can survive, the Berlins, the Claremont, those folks. And we have other places where people live who are paying $20, $30, $40,000 in some cases, 38.9 for the contribution from the schools. But I don't think it should be our place to tell those districts that no, you can't raise your budget over that 1% level. Clearly, if I understand this correctly, that we can't go up over that, over the annual inflation rate. If we want to, if we choose to provide more resources to our school, then we should be able to. Is that how you read that?
Well, I don't see this as capping legislation,
You don't.
but I thought we had legislation elsewhere in law, which, there's a process to go through and get a warrant article done to cap.
This says budget reductions or consolidation necessary to hold. That sounds to me like you're capping. And it sounds to me like if I live over in Tuftonboro and I want to have a superb resource commitment to my students, then I should be able to do that if I don't mind paying for that.
But it doesn't say you have to. It says you have a plan that's going to try to hold at a certain level. It doesn't say that you're bound there, to hold. This is not the capping legislation that we have elsewhere in law.
But when
This-
okay.
This is something where I think we're trying to, I didn't write it, but I'm inferring that it is legislation trying to establish where we are going and what is the cost. There are concerns we all have on that. I think that the cost of his district and my district will be very different based upon debt, based upon certain circumstances, maybe with cat aid. All this is going to make, and I don't want to see comparisons between district to district, like,
I hear you.
population's the same, but how come yours is increasing so much or that? Well, there's a lot of things, property values, everything goes
Absolutely.
into the mix.
Absolutely. I think this is, those lines are going the wrong way, Rick. Honestly, it's just, that to me, when it says cap and hold, and I see this and make the plan, I can just see the press in each town saying, well, one way or the other, we're going to finally get this done, or we're going to cut out 17 teachers, 3 custodians, and a para to get the plan done, and that goes, depending how they want to use that as it comes to warrant time and budget time. I just think this is, I think that financial part of this piece is significantly impact school districts, and it's not a good way to go, period, for that reason.
Further discussion, Representative Lakis.
Yeah, follow up on what the chairman said. I see this as a transparency issue and a planning issue. And the school district and the people in the school district can say, cool, we know, here's the plan. If we want to hold this, our cost per student within the inflation rate, so this is the plan for that. But if we decide we want an auditorium, which is going to go over that, we can vote for that. This is just to say, okay, what's been happening? I mean, the 3-year, the posting the cost per pupil of the previous 3 years is just helps to see what the, what's the word I want? The trend, thank you. What the trend has been, where we're going, where we're heading. If we're seeing that, every year we lose 4% of students, 4% of students, 4% of students. At what point does it make sense to cut a bus, to cut a teacher? At what point does it make sense to cut a school? Because a lot of towns, ours included, built a whole bunch of schools as we had student growth. It's just planning. It's just looking at it. It's not saying we have to hold them. It says let's make a plan so that if we need to, we can, unless we decide to do otherwise. It's not telling them this, to me, is transparency to the taxpayers, number one. And number two, helping the school district plan for the future by taking a look at what are the trends, what's been happening, and what can we do if we want to hold our costs down. What can we do? What are our options? Right? What are our options? We can vote not to do that, but what are our options? And I think this is a very useful tool.
Okay, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I've served on the school budget committee at Sunapee for a number of years now. And that's where the transparency is. I mean, we have open meetings. We discuss every little bit of the budget. In fact, you know, when I first moved to New Hampshire and I wasn't familiar with the school town meeting thing of New Hampshire, I was blown away. The first school meeting I went after I was hired as a teacher, they were discussing toilet paper. What kind of toilet paper they were going to use in the schools and how much it was going to cost. I had never been at that level of transparency before and probably never want to be again, but that's school, when you're on the budget committee, you do, and you take into consideration how many students you have. This, for me, is, again, kind of a big brother issue. It's taking things that should happen at our local school district levels. If you know, schools have the budget committees, they've got a budget process, there's an election process, there's a warrant article process, there's all kinds of processes for people to look at the money and to find out, you know, where every dollar's being spent. And I just think this is overkill. And it's overkill, unnecessary, and I think it does put a cap on budgets.
This stuff is being done. And Representative Tanner is absolutely correct. Whether you have a budget committee or a budget advisory committee working with your superintendent administration, I would never go out and say, well, I'm just going to go out and buy another 66-passenger elementary school bus without knowing where the projections are down the road and what my indebtedness is going to look like. We do it with our school building aid too. You're not going to get any school building aid in the state. And remember the capital improvement plan we just put together, where we have to identify all these issues of demographics, of capacity, space we're using, how we're maintaining, all that is part of the plan. So to infer somehow that we're not doing this, we're just handing out a budget this given year, and next year we'll do the same thing. They're all linked. I asked our superintendent several nights ago at a school board meeting, where are our demographics? And Lori was able to give me an outline where we come and where we're going. And that projection data is there. If you walk into the superintendent's office and ask for it, you'll get it. And because it's one of those basic things that's part of education finance. So, and it's available. It's available. Yes, Representative Lakis.
You have me totally confused. And the big brother thing has me totally confused too. It says the school administrative unit shall prepare it for the school board. I don't understand, A, how that's big brother, B, how that's telling anybody how to spend their money, et cetera. I mean, it's just the school administrative unit, and partly, yeah, that could be helped by or done by the budget committee, or whatever it is, however your school is set up, and it's different in different towns, how that's done, but also because the administrative unit, part of the plan part is, I remember our budget committee at our last school district meeting had planned big cuts, and they just said across the board cuts, and it was up to the school district to decide how they wanted to cut them. Well, they put those back in, and we'll see how the vote goes. But it seems like the school administrative unit as a whole is going to be the one that's going to be better able to make those plans to say, you know, we can probably do this, but we don't really want to do that. So that seems reasonable for them to be the one presenting the plan. And, you know, I don't understand. This is just a local within the school administrative unit for the school board. It's saying communication needs to happen. I'm
Communication
confused.
with the governance of that particular unit. The school board and the administration. You have the legislature out here, which is the body that elects the governance or the school board. And internally, now we're getting down in the internal workings of how local districts are administered and operate. And I think that is, again, we're getting into the micromanagement of our school units. it's being done. Yes.
I was just wondering, I didn't see it in the yellow book, but it repeals section 194, C4.
That's the bill.
Gotcha. Sunset, okay, great. No wonder I didn't see it.
And the sun's going down outside. Is there any further discussion here? What's the motion on the table? Okay, is there any further discussion? Vote your conscience. Any further discussion on the bill? Madam Clerk?
House Bill 1605, requiring SAUs to maintain a report on the 5-year projection of future enrollments. The motion on the table is ought to pass. Representative Cordelli.
No.
Representative Litchfield is no. Representative Bohm. Representative Lakis.
Representative Lekis is undecided, darn. I know, I hate these. I'm going to say yes.
Representative Moffett.
My conscience says no.
Representative Hobson.
I made the motion, so yes.
Well, you just made the motion so we could vote on it, right? Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Sodi.
No.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Waltz.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
No.
And Chairman Ladd.
No.
So ought to pass fails 16 to 3.
Okay, I'll make a motion.
Chairman Ladd,
ITL.
I'll second.
you have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
No.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, Madam Clerk, please. Yeah, right.
Okay, so the motion on the table for 1605 is now ITL. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
I'll be consistent, no.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Waltz.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Mullen.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
Yes.
And Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the motion of ITL carries 18 to 1.
Is there any problem with consent? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, 1113, so next bill, prohibiting the Department of Education and the State Board of Education from directing or limiting school instructional options such as remote learning.
If it makes any difference, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment.
Is there an amendment on this one? Was there a yes or no?
I think Marjorie would like to present the opportunity.
What we'll do is we'll listen to your amendment without any kind of a motion made to it, just discussion.
I had sent it around prior via email, and this is just the copy, that's all. Huh?
I can't
Did.
remember, so I want to look at it.
Do you have the number for that?
Yes,
Oh.
0309H. And the amendment simply puts the language in a different section of law where we thought it fit better, that's all. And that's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so does everybody have a copy of that? Is there any further discussion on this amendment? We've heard Representative Porter indicate that the bold is the same, but in a different area of statute. Is that what you're saying?
The effect of the language is the same, the words aren't exactly the same.
Okay, Representative Cordelli, do you have a?
Yeah, I have a problem with the amendment in that it changes the title, it changes the location in statute, and has a different content. I question whether it is germane.
Okay, let's just take this thing one step further so we don't have to go through that process. Is there a motion, because we have no motion on the table right now, from Representative Cordelli
Yes, I vote ITL.
and Representative Hobson? So we have a motion on the table to ITL 1113 made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Hobson. Representative Cordelli, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you. I think that the bill goes too far in terms of remote learning. I think it contradicts and undermines rules that were just put in place last week, I believe, with the state board. And for those reasons, I will make my motion.
Further discussion, Representative Bohm?
Yeah, just to add on, I mean, remote learning was done because of an emergency. So I don't think it should be something that we can do it all the time. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So how does this work when it comes to VLAX? Throw it out there to anybody that
I'm
knows about
familiar with, VLAX, of course, is a virtual learning academy, charter school. So.
That's all remote, right?
It's all remote.
But it is chartered as an online school.
So that it would, technically, they wouldn't have any days off. They could just do it at home and then they send it in and get approval from the VLAX.
Or they'd get 0 days. Because charter schools also have a day's attendance requirement.
I'd have to look at it. I'm not up on speed on VLAX.
Maybe Ms. Fenton. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'd have to look it up also. Yes, Representative Hobson.
This is just my perspective. Looking at some of the testimony we were presented for 1113, the results for remote versus in-person were much different. And as far as VLAX goes, VLAX, this is their business. They've created their craft. They've perfected their craft with remote instruction. I don't know that regular in-person school is at that level yet. That's just my opinion.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, wait a minute, Representative Porter did have her hand up.
Yeah, I'd really like to speak to my bill and to my amendment. This bill was originally brought forward when we were still having surges of COVID in schools, and at that time, it was an option for schools to be able to go remote for a day or two so that they could keep, so that the kids could be safe, the staff could be safe, and they could maintain the number of people they needed in the building to run effectively. So if there were too many staff members out, they would close the building for safety's sake. Then the rule came down that they could not do that anymore. And the reason given was to talk about remote learning over long periods of time being detrimental to the learning of students, which was testimony that was given, but it missed the point of the bill. The point of the bill was to allow the school districts to be nimble and turn on a dime when they needed to for a day or two so that they could keep the safety of the children in line. The Department of Education has says they can use remote learning if it's a snow day, but they can't use remote learning if 3/4 of the staff is out. If 3/4 of the staff is out, they still have to meet, or they close the school and make it up at the end of the year. And if you've been in a classroom, you know it's better to continue the instruction day after day to make sure that, and not have a gap if you can do it, because what happens at the end of the year is usually not very beneficial to the learning of the children. So this bill was brought forward so that schools could, when they need to, close and go remote for a day or two to make sure that things were safe. And I think the testimony that was brought forth about months of remote learning damaging children was missing the point of the bill. And that's why we changed with the amendment. We put it in to the section that dealt with the number of school days and hours that needed to be met for the school. So as much as I respect all your opinions, the point of the bill was to allow districts to stay safe and nimble and do what was best for them when they needed to. And now that has been taken away by a rule. But legislation trumps rules. If, God bless us, we're hoping it doesn't happen, but if 3 months from now we have another major surge of COVID and schools have to close down, they're going to be going to school in the summertime. How are they going to make up all those days? And the department said, oh, well, they can just ask to have those days waived. Well, have the days waived? Wouldn't it be better to meet for a day or two remotely than to give it up altogether? So that's why this bill is forward. Vote your conscience. Thank you.
For you, Representative Porter, is this contingent upon with approval of the commissioner? No, it's not. Representative Waltz.
Thank you. You know, I look at this as one of those things when the rules that were promulgated, it's a set of rules with unintended consequences. And, you know, we all know that everybody hated how many days there was remote education. I think everybody out there understands remote education is a bad choice. But I'm going to put out there that there are other emergencies that we can't see coming. And, you know, I was watching the news this morning, and they talked about the fact that Russia's got the nuclear bomb. And there's serious concern that they may use it in this Ukraine conflict. So if they blow up a nuclear bomb, and we need to keep some of our kids indoors for a month or something because it's dangerous to let them out of the house, they can't go to school so long as that rule stays in place. So I think by passing something like one of these bills, it takes away that rule that was really vindictive. And let's look at something that gives educators the flexibility they need for those things we can't even see coming. And to leave that kind of rule in place when there could be emergencies out there that we can't even see coming, I think is really short-sighted and ideological. And I would recommend that we pass one or the other versions of this bill so that we give the educators the flexibility they need. Frankly, I am not at all worried about educators trying to go remote more than they should,
because the teachers, the kids, the administrators, everybody hates it. And they're gonna only use it if they absolutely have to. But there are things out there, there are emergencies out there that we can't even imagine. And I think we should let the educators have the flexibility they need to address them.
Representative Bohm?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what's happening now, we have rules that can change. And I think by putting it in law like this, schools can just say, hey, we're just gonna go remote no matter what. So rather than a law, let's do it what we're doing now. So if something happened, just like the rule just came out, you can't do remote. If we have another emergency, it can be an emergency and the rules would change, or the governor declares an emergency. Then we can do remote. By putting in a law, it just says they can do it whenever they want, and that's not what we should do. Thank you.
May I address that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think you could do rulemaking fast enough in the case of a real emergency like the one I described. I think we ought to leave local control, leave it in the hands of the administrators who are going to have to make these very short decisions.
Yes, Representative, whose hands, Tanner?
I haven't talked to a teacher yet who thought remote was a good idea. I haven't talked to an administrator or a superintendent who said, oh yeah, I think next week we'll just go remote, just for the heck of it. Those people that went remote and had to go remote were working 8, 9, 10, 11 hours because some parents, had to work and their kids were at home and they ended up working on their assignments in the evening, and they would call the teacher. And the teacher had to provide remote instruction after normal school hours. We also know, because of blizzard bags, I don't know if all of you are aware of blizzard bags, but one year when we had an exceptional amount of snow days, our school decided that they would set up a program called blizzard bags. And in those bags were, each teacher was to make up 3 blizzard bags with activities and studies for students to do and good instructions for their parents and some fun things. And they took them home. And when a snow day was called, if a certain percentage, I think it was like if 80% of the class brought in the work from the blizzard bag, the school would get credit for that day of school. And the rationale behind it is, as everybody else has kind of chimed in, is that continuity is great, is really important. And we know one of the things with remote was the loss of connection and also the loss of continuity. And if there's an opportunity to scrub down a place, just like we had here, although they didn't thoroughly scrub the place, but if the school has to go out, and we had situations where we had influenza outbreaks, where we had up to 40% of our student body not show up because they were sick. They called school for a long weekend so that they could get in and really do disinfectant in the school. That was before we had remote. And it broke up the school. I mean, it broke up the school year. And whatever class you were teaching, you now had another day. So I think, I think it was not, I think you used the word vindictive. I don't think it was vindictive as much as it was a knee-jerk reaction to these schools aren't going back to school fast enough for a lot of people. And so they must be doing it on purpose. Well, I don't think schools did it on purpose. And I would strongly support the action on this to give a clear message that it's not on purpose, and it needs to be keep for the local control to make the decisions when needed.
Okay, I'm going to allow for a couple more, and then I'm going to have to close this, or, either take some action, or we're just going to have to delay this thing, because I got to get out of here. Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I'll keep it brief. This is no more, this bill is so important to local control. We heard all during the last year by the governor and the commissioner Let the local community decide. They know how the school, they know the situation, all the way through. Local, let them do it. Now, all of a sudden, boom, we come back with, nope, let's not, we're gonna make it cast in stone. That makes no sense to me. Everyone here in this room knows how horrible remote was for the amount of period of time. But we don't know how horrible it is if we have 3 days in a row where the high school roof collapses. Or a come the end, thank you. Come the end of the year, well, we're not gonna count those 3 days. Well, that's a budget issue, because the staff's not gonna be paid 3 more days, there's not gonna be any money there. This is clearly a local educational option. How you teach, what you teach, when you teach. That's what this is. We heard that all year long from the governor and all year long from the commissioner. And all of a sudden, boom, oh no, we can't do it. Leave it where it should be.
Further discussion. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Distance education may be offered only due to the snow day, as was discussed. Number 2 is an option for a parent or guardian making a request for distance education. So if there's an outbreak, let's say in a classroom, a parent could go to the school board and said, I want my child out, I want them to do remote. That's in the rules now. I think the concern, I'm sorry, wait a minute, please let me finish. The concern that was discussed, I imagine, within the department and certainly within the board was what has happened in terms of remote instruction and the loss of learning that we saw and the nation saw. We have in statute with ESSER, the ability, 20% of ESSER 3 was supposed to be directed to recovery of learning loss. You know, I want to look at that to see how much is actually taking place in that regard. I don't think much. But there have been estimates of half a year of math learning loss. In the state, I believe the learning proficiency in math dropped from 48% to 38%. I think that this is an attempt to say that we are going to focus on in-person instruction, and that is what matters, but provide an option for parents to go remote if they feel it's necessary for their child.
Yeah. Just to follow up to Representative Cordelli's piece, I understand what you're saying, Glenn. No one likes remote. No one thought it was valid. I understand that. But the parents going to the school board to say we want our kids out, that doesn't cut it. That's way too long a distance. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. These superintendents have to make decisions based on what happens then, what's in the best interest of 1,000 kids in the school, period. If one youngster parent doesn't want to send the kid to school, they don't send them to school. But we're talking about the school system having a chance to keep up with what's happening in their community. The commissioner can't do it, the governor can't do it, because they're not there. That's why you have a local school board and a local superintendent. This is local. It makes no sense.
Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason that this rule came about with regard to remote learning is because of what's happened in many places like Nashua. Nashua shut their doors for a year. Nashua shut their doors for a year. And you wonder why a lot of folks down that way want EFAs. It's because the remote option, in the view of many, was abused. So that's why that rule came about. And I hear you about, I agree with you about local control, but just so you understand, look at Nashua and then try to understand how this rule came about.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if you look at the amendment that I gave, it deals with 180 days of instruction. It deals with emergency situations. That's why the amendment came forward. This bill is not talking about closing the schools down for a year unless, God forbid, we have a nuclear war and it has to happen. This bill is talking about 2 or 3 days they need to close down to make sure that the school is safe, the students are safe, the staff is safe.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Lakis.
I just wanted to respond and say I don't see anything that says 2 or 3 days. It just says 180 days, so Nashua could use this and do remote 180 days like they did.
Representative Mullen?
I just want to say something before we close this hearing. You've heard it said over and over and over again, public school teachers do not want to be out of the classroom. They want to be in their classrooms. It is a much more manageable and fulfilling job to be in the room with your students on a daily basis. We can't go back and redo the history of the past couple of years. We can't go back when people were absolutely terrified, and that was all of us, to leave our homes because we didn't know what we were dealing with. I think schools did the best job that they could, but different communities had different degrees of outbreak on and off. I'm afraid that we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and that we're not going to have the opportunity, a good opportunity that schools can use with permission from their local boards to be able to respond in a way that allows for the well-being of everybody, whether it's that, the river floods or, I don't know where you were last night, but I thought my roof was coming off. So I would just ask you to not prejudge thinking that somehow or another these classroom teachers don't want to be in their classrooms. I've talked to so many of them, and they have been almost a single voice in being absolutely delighted to be back at school.
Thank you. Not seeing any more discussion. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, this is House Bill 1113, prohibiting the Department of Education and the State Board of Education from directing or limiting school instructional options such as remote learning. Motion on the table is ITL. Representative Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Litchfield is yes. Representative Bohm. Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Moffett.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Sodi.
Yes.
Representative Nelson.
Yes.
Representative Bluno.
No.
Representative Waltz.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Ellison. No. Representative Mullen.
No.
Representative Woodcock. No. Representative Porter. Representative Hall.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
So the ITL carries 10 to 9.
Mr. Chair, I'll write the minority report, and I will have a floor amendment when we go to the floor.
Thank you. What was the one bill we didn't do? We made one up this morning.
So OTP with amendment, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job. You gonna give 10 minutes yet?
Can we not do that right
like
now?
it.
Yeah, I'd like to very much, but Sean should be out there waiting for me. Pardon? Well, we can do that quickly too, but I can't do it right now.
Oh, I thought you wanted.
Yeah, no, I've got, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna close this exec session down, and we'll all pick this up, those that come tomorrow for the hearing on the bills dealing with masks and vax.
And we'll be here
Yeah.
rather than in Reps Hall.
Yeah, we will be doing it here, and we'll have an overflow room ready if it's necessary, where it be streamed aside, so we have it all happening in one location where the tech people can give us the support we need, and where we have security downstairs. No amendments are coming up tomorrow for execing. We will do that all the next time we meet, and we're going to have roughly around 25 bills, which we're going to have to address on the 7th.
No exec session after the hearing.
And we're trying to
Okay.
give you all next week off. Thank you.
Not really. Neither of us drink, so. No, that's okay. Thank you, Mike. I totally, right there with you. And it wasn't just Nashua, it was Exeter.
I know it wasn't just, but that's the